Episode 161, We're Flooding. Alex was sitting in a daze, staring out at sea, when he heard a soft voice in his ear saying, "Alex?" When he turned around, he saw Minnie looking at him apologetically. "I'm sorry, I was too impatient. I shouldn't have hit you. I feel terrible," she said as she squatted down next to him. "Forget it. Anyway, it's no use saying anything," he replied calmly. The sea was helping him to relax. "Yes, try to relax. Who knows when the storm will come? Besides, I don't think it'll get us. It'll probably miss us completely," she said with a smile. She continued, "Why are you just sitting here? It's so boring. There's a swimming pool over there. I know you can swim. Why don't you teach me?" Sitting on the deck, Alex said with some amusement, "You don't have a swimsuit with you, and I wouldn't be any good at teaching you anyway. Why don't you take a swimming class yourself? It's better than learning from me." "I want you to teach me, really. You haven't got anything else to do." Ignoring his reluctance, she pulled him up, saying, "If you don't teach me, I won't let you read Kathy's letter." He felt that he had no choice, so he stood on the deck and started to teach Minnie to swim. She watched him closely and was sure that he was enjoying looking at her body. "You said you wouldn't be a good teacher, but I think that you're better than this swimming coach," she joked. She picked up a swim ring and tried to put it on him. Alex blocked the ring with his arms and said, "Why are you giving me a lifesaver? I'm not getting into the water." "Oh, let me just see you with it on. It won't kill you," she answered, putting the swim ring over his head. "Why is there a rope on the ring?" he asked when he noticed that the swim ring had a nylon rope attached. It made him feel uneasy. "I don't know, it just does. Don't worry about it. Come on, teach me some more." Minnie looked a little nervous. She continued, "Actually, you've taught me for such a long time, I'll bet you're getting tired. I'll give your shoulders a rub. Sit here." "Don't," Alex said, trying to stop her, but she had already pulled him over to the railing. He stood facing the sea with his back to her. She said softly, "Are you comfortable? Relax a little. I'll rub your shoulders." Then, very quietly, she squatted down, put her arms around his legs, and clenched her teeth. With all her strength, she lifted him and threw him over the railing. "Ah!" he screamed. He had never expected Minnie to try to kill him. By the time he knew what was happening, he had already fallen over the railing. His body dropped quickly, and with a plop, he fell into the sea. Fortunately, he was still wearing the swim ring and the rope was trailing back to the boat. The waves were splashing him in the face, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. Minnie quickly grabbed the end of the rope and tied it to the railing. She heard a noise behind her and turned around in surprise. Lee was walking over, smiling and clapping his hands. There were a lot of people with him. They all stood by the railing and looked down at Alex in the water. Most of them were from wealthy and powerful families and weren't worried about the consequences of what was happening. Instead, they were excited. Some of the more sympathetic internet celebrities were concerned about him. They thought that he might be in real danger, but they felt there was nothing they could do. They just covered their mouths and started to cry. Lee held Minnie in his arms and said, "Well done, babe. You've done way better than I imagined. I would never have thought of something like this." "Thank you, Lee. Can I be your girlfriend now?" she replied as she leaned into his arms. She felt very warm and secure. "Now that I've done what he asked, I'm sure he'll want me to be his girlfriend," she thought. "Of course," he replied. Then he looked into her eyes and said, "Sweetheart, tell me all about it. How did you get him down there?" "It was very simple. I told him that I wanted to learn to swim and asked him to teach me. I convinced him to put on this swim ring, and then I used all my strength to get him over the railings. Minnie looked at him happily. She was immersed in the joy of becoming Lee's girlfriend and didn't give a second thought to the fact that she could have killed Alex. "Oh, really? Like this?" Lee picked up a swim ring from the ground and put it over Minnie's body. "Yes, that's it. You didn't even realize what I was doing," she replied sweetly. Then she suddenly noticed a strange glint in Lee's eyes, which made her heart race. She cried out, "Lee, no." "You're going down too," he said, with a sinister look in his eyes. He grabbed her by the arms and threw her over the railing into the sea. Lee felt only bitterness and anger toward women after what Angelina had done to him. He wanted everyone else to feel as miserable as he did. At that moment, he channeled all his anger and hatred toward Angelina onto Minnie. He hated her passionately for what she did. Terrified, Minnie screamed. She fell into the sea with a plop, and her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose instantly filled with water. She struggled to swim, and she panicked when she remembered that her swim ring didn't have a rope for someone to pull her in. She was sure that she was going to die. After a few minutes of choking up saliva, she was completely exhausted. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her collar. She felt like she could see a twinkling star in the dark water, and she seized the hand with all her strength. It was Alex who was offering her a helping hand. His lifesaver was attached to the ship by a rope. So long as he controlled his breathing and ensured that his body did not slide out of it, he knew that he could conserve his energy. Through the spray of the waves, he had seen a figure falling into the sea, and he didn't hesitate to hold his hand out to them. The other person was very close to him in the water, and he was determined to save them. With all his strength, he tried to wind the rope around the person's body. He instructed them to hold on to the rope, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the rope was not cut intentionally, the other person was now safe too. When he looked again, he realized that the person he was saving was Minnie. The idea briefly crossed his mind to let her drown in the sea. But his conscience got the better of him, and he knew that he would save her. Although Minnie couldn't see the person who saved her from the waves, she knew that it was Alex. She was too scared to think too much about it. Within a few minutes, several young men were leaning over the railing to see what was happening. They were shouting and taking pictures. One asked, "What's happening?" "People are falling into the water," replied another. "They'll be eaten by sharks," laughed another. But there were other people, mostly girls, who were weeping. They had seen Lee pushing Minnie over the railing and thought it was like a scene from a horror movie. The idea of that scared them. Lee called out to one of his staff, "Bring the knife." He was planning to cut the rope that attached Alex's swim ring to the railing. Suddenly, Hannah rushed over shouting, "No!" She kneeled in front of him and pleaded, "Lee, please let them live." She cried bitterly. She knew that she had to do something to save Minnie. "Lee, don't cut the rope," someone else shouted. "Oh, all right, I won't cut the rope. But I'm telling you all, no one is allowed to pull them up. They can stay down there until they die," Lee said, and walked calmly away. Hannah went to the railing and looked down into the sea. The deck was more than 20 yards up from the water, and it was dark, so she struggled to see anything. All that she could make out was some white spray at the end of the rope. "Is Minnie dead?" Hannah thought in panic. She could not stop tears from rolling down her face. Suddenly, the boat rocked, and there was a loud clap of thunder in the sky. The people on deck felt the temperature plummet by at least 10 degrees. Strong gusts of wind blew across the deck, and people were struggling to stand upright. Lee and his friends suddenly felt uneasy. They were no longer in the mood to party. Lee went to the bridge and found the captain, who was frowning. He asked him, "What's the matter?" The captain looked back at him and said, "There's a tropical storm blowing in our direction. I've just changed course so that our ship won't get trapped in its center." Lee frowned. He stood next to the captain and looked at the position of the storm on the screen. The captain tried to reassure him. "Lee, don't worry. According to the radar, we can get to a safe position before it comes. Also, the storm doesn't seem to be too strong. As long as we're not in the center of it, we should be fine." Lee relaxed a little. However, he didn't feel like going back up on deck, so he stayed on the bridge with the captain. After half an hour, the cruise ship was almost out of the range of the storm, when suddenly there was a loud bang from underneath the boat, and it shook violently. Some people on the deck fell, some of them staggered, and a few almost fell into the sea. Lee, who was sitting on the bridge, fell off the sofa onto the ground. Lying there, he yelled to the captain, "What's going on?" The captain was mystified. He looked at the console in front of him in horror. He wanted to regain control, but the screen and control panel were going crazy. The captain was completely flustered. He was trembling and his legs were weak. "What's the matter?" Lee shouted as he rushed at him and grabbed him by his collar. "We hit the reef," he replied with his heart pounding. "What? You're such a waste of space. Get us home now. I want to go back," Lee shouted, spraying saliva onto the other man's face. "I'm trying to go back now, but there's something wrong with the ship's power system. I don't know if I can get us back. I've sent an SOS to the Coast Guard. They'll send a ship to help us straight away." The captain was still struggling to control the cruise ship. Lee kicked him hard. He didn't want to listen to his excuses. He just wanted him to get the ship safely back to the port. "There's water coming in," someone said from the lower deck. "Oh no, how can this happen?" asked his friend. Another confirmed, "There's more than 3 inches of water on the floor." A group of people ran to the door of the bridge and started shouting desperately at the captain. The captain was in despair. He looked at the light on the control panel that confirmed the ship was flooding. The light turned red. He panicked and started mumbling to himself, "It's over. It's over." Episode 162, Women and Children Only. "What have you done? This is what I think of you," Lee said, and he punched the captain in the face. The captain didn't stand up for himself at all. He just started crying and muttering to himself. "You're useless," Lee scolded the captain again. He was worried that the bridge could also soon start flooding. He needed to get somewhere safe. He quickly ran out. The captain sat down on the floor. He had lost control of the cruise ship, and it was drifting out to sea. Even worse, it was now flooding. By this time, they were more than 60 nautical miles away from the coast, and he knew that a rescue boat would take at least 2 hours to reach them. By that time, the cruise ship would be submerged. Thinking that because of him, nearly 1,000 people might drown, he didn't want to live. Even if he was somehow rescued, he knew that he had destroyed the cruise ship that was worth millions. His life was in ruins. He didn't notice the blood that started to flow out of his thigh. He did notice the water that began to flow in through the crack of the bridge door, but he didn't respond. He stayed sitting where he was on the ground. Slowly, he put his hand on a red triangle button and pressed it down, triggering the alarm to sound throughout the ship. Lee heard the deafening alarm and saw the flashing red and yellow alarm lights and ran to the deck. Everyone was panicking. Some of the girls were crying in their boyfriends' arms. Some people were desperately trying to make phone calls, but they found that they had no signal at all. A few jumped into the swimming pool, and others sat quietly on the ground, deep in shock. The deck was utter chaos. "Can you please help me to pull my friends up, please?" Anna asked the people around her, desperate for help. Amidst the chaos, Lee had forgotten all about Alex and Minnie. Luckily, there were a few kind people who tried to help her. Together, they pulled the rope up. Alex was surprised to find that someone was pulling him. When his swim rings started to rise from the sea, Minnie almost fell back into the water. He grabbed her and held her tightly. "Hold on. If you fall back, you'll die," he yelled at her. She grabbed the rope with determination. Slowly, they rose out of the water. When they reached the height of the railing, Alex asked people to pull Minnie over first. They slowly pulled her onto the deck. "Minnie, are you okay?" asked Hannah when she saw that her friend was safe. She was very happy and surprised. She squatted on the ground and held Minnie's head. Alex lay exhausted on the deck for more than 10 seconds. Then he scrambled onto his knees and thanked the people who helped him. "You're welcome," replied one man. Another told him, "Young man, you're very lucky. I didn't think you would make it." "You saved her. Well done," said another. The people who rescued them quickly lost interest and walked away, one after another. Alex looked at the chaos on the deck, the people panicking, and the warning lights flashing. Then he heard the siren blaring, and he quickly realized that the ship was flooding. Minnie was hugging Hannah and crying. "I thought I was going to be eaten by sharks and no one would ever even find my body." "It's okay, Minnie, don't cry. You're safe now," Hannah said as she gently patted her back and comforted her. After 10 minutes, she started to calm down. She dried her tears and looked around her. She noticed Alex was sitting on the deck, watching her calmly. Their eyes met briefly, and her heart leapt. When she thought back to what she had done to Alex, she felt so ashamed that she needed to find a way to make it up to him. "I'm so sorry for what I did to you before. I was too vicious," she said, as she slowly crawled over to him. After soaking in the sea for so long, she had no strength. She continued, "Alex, you saved me. I really am sorry for how I treated you. In the future, I'll do anything you ask me to." He turned his face away from her. He could no longer believe anything she said. "Alex, I know you don't trust me, but you must believe how sorry I am. I know that I've acted terribly," she continued. She did feel guilty. She kneeled on the ground in front of him and said, "Thank you for saving me just now. I will find a way to repay you for your kindness. Thank you." Alex didn't want to listen to Minnie. Looking at the vast sea, he thought to himself, "Will I die here?" Half an hour later, the tropical storm was upon them. Fortunately, the cruise ship had moved out of the path of its very center. Also, it was only a medium-sized storm, not one that could break tree trunks on land, but large enough to do some damage. On the deck, chairs, loungers, and wine tables were blown everywhere, and some even fell into the sea. All the people could do was hide and try to shelter from the heavy rain. After another hour, there was still no sign of the rescue ship, and the water in the cruise ship had reached the 3rd floor and was about to reach the deck. "It's over," said one man dismally. His friend asked, "What should we do? I don't want to die." "I'm so afraid," cried a girl. The level of panic on board the ship had reached a peak, as everyone started to think that they were going to die. In a corner of the deck, several young people surrounded Lee and shouted at him angrily. One said, "It's all your fault. You persuaded us to come on this ship." "Yes, it's all your fault," agreed another. Another screamed at him, "If we all die, you're the one to blame." Lee shouted back, "What do you want from me? Get out of the way." He was from one of the wealthiest families in America, and he wasn't going to be intimidated by these people. "You're such an asshole," shouted one young man as he spat in his face. "Come on, guys, let's show him what we think of him," shouted another young man who had drunk way too much alcohol. Immediately, 4 or 5 young men started punching and kicking Lee. They wanted to take their anger out on him and were no longer worried about staying on his good side. Lee began to beg for mercy. "Please don't hit me," he cried. It seemed that no one cared about him. He realized at that moment that his friends had only liked him for his money. A young man said harshly, "If I'm going to die at sea, I'm going to kill this bastard first." Then he picked up a chair, raised it over his head, and was about to smash it down on Lee. "No, buddy, no, please. I'm wrong. I'll give you everything I own. I beg you not to kill me." He kneeled on the ground in front of the man, bowing his head and begging for mercy. "Okay, if I don't kill you, you can give me $5 million. The young man agreed. Suddenly, someone shouted, "There's a boat coming!" "Look, there's a light over there," his friend agreed. Everyone on the deck looked toward the light and suddenly became hopeful. The young man who was attacking Lee also looked out to sea. There was a small spot of light in the distance. The young man dropped his chair and, along with everyone else on the deck, rushed to the railing, staring in the direction of the light, and started to call out loudly. "Hello, this way!" one man cried. "We're over here!" shouted another. A few screamed, "Come save us!" Everyone who had given up hope now started to cheer. They watched the light getting bigger as the boat came closer. Within minutes, it had arrived at the side of the cruise ship, and they saw that it was a small rescue boat sent by the Coast Guard. Minnie and Hannah were overjoyed to see the boat coming. After resting for more than an hour, Minnie had finally recovered some physical strength and was able to stand on her own. She wanted to go to the rescue boat with Alex. The person in charge of the vessel looked at the people trapped on the cruise ship and realized that there was no way that they could all fit in. He frowned and yelled at them through a loudspeaker. "All the trapped people, don't panic. We will take all of you home safely. But now there are too many of you. Our rescue boat can't hold you all. I'm sorry, but we can only take some of you at a time. You can rest assured that 2 other rescue boats are also heading this way to take you to safety," he continued. "We'll take the women and parents with children first. The rest of you will have to wait for the next 2 boats. I guarantee that the other boats will be here soon to take you to safety." Although everyone heard what the captain of the boat said, no one was willing to wait. They all wanted to leave the flooded ship as soon as possible. They all felt they would be risking their lives to wait for the other boats. The captain set up a gangplank to the deck of the cruise ship, and Coast Guard officials supervised people crossing over onto the rescue boat. Using a megaphone, the captain instructed, "Right, please, could all women and parents with children now quickly make your way over onto the boat? Everyone else must wait for the next boat." Quickly, the women and children started boarding. Lee was becoming extremely anxious. He was only thinking about his own life and was determined to get onto the rescue boat. But he was not a woman or a parent with a child, and he knew the captain wouldn't let him on. He spotted a woman standing in line with her daughter waiting to board. He walked up to her quickly and told her in a whisper that he would pay her $1 million to lend him her daughter so that he could get onto the rescue boat. He told her that she mustn't say a word. If she told anyone what he said, he would throw her daughter into the sea to drown. The woman agreed. Lee grabbed the little girl, covered her mouth, and joined the line to board the boat. "Is this your daughter?" the captain asked Lee when he saw how young he was. He didn't look old enough for the little girl to be his daughter. He was also suspicious when he noticed that he was covering the little girl's mouth. Lee replied, "She's my daughter. She's sick and she wants to throw up. When I get on the boat, I'll take her to the bathroom to vomit." He tried to look natural. Go on then, hurry up. Because other people were waiting to board, the sailor let him get on. At that moment, a sharp voice called out, "That's not his daughter. Don't let him on the boat." Episode 163. The boat is sinking. Shocked, Lee let go of the little girl's hand, and she took the opportunity to bite his wrist hard and run away from him. He cried out as blood flowed freely down his hand. "Mom!" the girl cried as she ran to her mother. A sailor blocked Lee from boarding the boat, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, you can't get on the boat. You have to wait for the next one." He felt frustrated and angry. He knew that he had almost gotten onto the rescue ship. He whispered to the sailor, "Buddy, you don't know me, but I'm the boss of the Dempsey Corporation. My father is one of the richest men around. My family is very wealthy. If you let me on this boat, you'll be well rewarded." "Sorry, but no," the sailor said and shook his head. Lee was angry, but the sailor refused to let him board the ship. Finally, he could only walk away indignantly. When he looked around to see who had stopped him boarding, he saw Minnie looking at him with a sneer. He became even angrier and went over to her, convinced that it was her fault. "So you didn't drown, you bitch. I'll kill you if you dare to cross me again. Just remember who I am," he said to her with a snarl, and then slapped her hard across the face. She glared angrily at him and said, "So, you're a man who beats women, are you? First you tried to drown me in the sea, and now you hit me. You think I won't stand up to you?" Then she rushed at Lee, hoping to take him by surprise. She knew that she was probably too weak to get the better of him, so she rushed past and tried to punch his face as she went. Unfortunately, he managed to grab her and hold onto both her arms. "Help!" she cried. "Alex, please help me!" Hannah also pleaded with Alex to help her friend, but he continued to calmly watch Minnie struggling with Lee. He had no intention of helping her. Lee sneered at Minnie and said, "Ah, Minnie, it seems that not only are you second-rate, but your friend is too. She's begging that boy to save you, but he doesn't care at all. Maybe he's remembering how you pushed him into the sea earlier. If he decides to help you now, he'll look like the biggest fool in the world." "Don't call him a fool," Minnie said in a sharp voice. "Wow, you feel sorry for him now, don't you? If you tell me not to make fun of him, it'll only make me want to do it more. Do you want to be his girlfriend now? You know that you can't get away with plotting against me. You'll get what you deserve," Lee said. He was starting to enjoy himself as he continued to restrain her. "I told you not to criticize him, you bastard! I'll kill you!" Minnie screamed, as if she had gone crazy. She tried hard to break away from his control, but wasn't strong enough. In the end, she gave up and cried forlornly. Lee allowed her to stagger a few steps backwards, but didn't let go of her. He took her over to the railing and said, "Damn it, you're a crazy bitch, right? I didn't drown you before. Let's see if you're lucky a second time." "Let me go!" Minnie screamed. It was raining hard, and everyone was focused on getting onto the rescue boat. No one noticed what Lee was planning to do. "Don't, Minnie was pushed to the railing again. Remembering the horror of falling into the sea earlier, she started to fight back with all her strength. Lee's eyes were fierce as he tried desperately to push her over the railing. He said, "If you're unlucky enough to be born a woman again in your next life, maybe you'll behave with more dignity. Now pray to God and repent." Again, he tried to push her over, but she managed to resist. He turned around angrily and saw that Alex was helping to hold her down. "Hey, loser, piss off,"
Lee started to say when a heavy blow hit his nose. The pain made him feel dizzy for a moment. Alex took the opportunity to pull Minnie away. As she fell into Alex's arms, she became completely infatuated with him. She couldn't believe that even after she had done such unforgivable things to him, he would still save her. At that moment, feeling the warmth of his arms, she knew that he was a good man. After holding Minnie for only a moment, he pushed her toward Hannah.
"Minnie, are you okay?"
Hannah asked her.
"I'm okay,"
she replied as she gazed at Alex. The moment he pushed her away, her heart broke. Lee wiped the blood from his nose and said angrily to Alex,
"It's you again. Are you stupid? She was going to kill you earlier, but you still want to help her."
Alex looked menacingly at Lee and said, "Why don't you stay out of my business? Leave her alone from now on, or I'll throw you overboard."
"Why is everyone threatening me today?"
Lee grumbled. Alex went over to him, bent down, grabbed him around his legs, and lifted him. Half of Lee's body was now suspended over the railing. The moment Alex let go, he would plummet into the sea. He was terrified and started to beg.
"Buddy," he pleaded, "I've learned my lesson. I promise I won't bother Minnie anymore. Please put me down."
Alex looked at Lee's white face and noted his trembling voice. He snorted, dumped him on the deck, and walked away. He went to the side of the deck and sat down on the ground. Minnie and Hannah quickly went over to him.
"Thank you for saving my life,"
Minnie said softly, sitting down beside him.
"You don't have to thank me. I just couldn't stand by and do nothing.
To tell you the truth, I really hope he will take you." Alex stopped speaking suddenly. He frowned and looked out to the sea. Then he continued, "After today, please stay away from me. I never want to see you again." When she heard what Alex said, Minnie was devastated, as she realized that she had hurt him too much. She wanted to tell him that she had completely repented and would never do it again, but he looked so serious that she was afraid to speak. She continued to sit quietly beside him, feeling desolate. Hannah looked toward the rescue boat and said,
"Minnie, let's get on the boat. There aren't too many people waiting in line now."
There weren't many women left waiting to board, and she didn't want to miss their chance to get on it.
"Hannah, you go,"
Minnie replied quietly.
"I'll sit here and wait for the next rescue boat."
Alex had saved her life twice, and she wanted to make sure that he was also rescued. She didn't feel that she could just leave him. Hannah pleaded with her friend to go with her, but Minnie refused. Finally, Hannah decided that she would also sacrifice herself to keep Alex company, and sat down next to Minnie. When the rescue boat pulled away, it was full of women and parents with children. Around 500 people, almost all men, were left on the sinking cruise ship. The few women left on board were wives who were reluctant to leave their husbands behind. When the rescue boat had gone, the deck fell silent again. After some time, people began to hear the sound of another vessel approaching. They guessed that this was not an official rescue boat because it did not come from the direction of Miami, but from further south. It seemed to be a large, privately owned yacht. Watching the yacht approach, the people on the deck stood up again. They prayed that this boat would rescue them. The yacht stopped, and a young guy wearing flowery shorts appeared on the deck. He said, "Shit, what's going on?" There were two beautiful women with him on the yacht. It was Justin Ambrose. When he had heard about the celebration with 100 internet celebrities, he couldn't wait to get there. He was determined to catch up with the cruise ship, but was shocked to find it sinking and people evacuating. Everyone on deck started shouting out to Justin,
"Help! Please save us, one man called out to him. Take us back on your boat, cried his wife. Please help us, said another man. Alex, let's go and see what's happening, Minnie said. She spoke carefully, for fear of making him angry. He didn't say anything. He just stood up and went and looked at the yacht. He was surprised to see his half-brother standing on board. He walked over to the railing where he could clearly see him. Justin was saying, Shit, I've got a lot of people on my yacht with me. I won't be able to show these ladies a good time if you're all on board. You'd better wait for the Coast Guard. Justin didn't care at all about saving people. Enjoying himself was always his priority. Sorry guys, my ladies are waiting for me. He continued and was about to go back inside the yacht when a cry from the cruise ship stopped him. Justin! He looked back doubtfully and saw Alex standing on the deck. He was overjoyed. Alex, what are you doing there? Come on quickly, get on the yacht. He gestured to Alex that he should get on the yacht with him. Well, you get the boat up to the gangway and I'll get on now, Alex replied. As the yacht pulled up against the gangway, he prepared to walk across. As he turned to step onto it, he also bumped into Minnie and Hannah. Alex, please take us with you, Hannah said. Minnie kept her head lowered and was afraid to look him in the eye. Forget it, she said in a low voice. Let him go by himself. We'll wait for the next rescue boat. She gently pulled Hannah toward her. I guess you two can come with me, Alex sighed. He walked down the gangway to the yacht with the two girls following him. Some of the other people on the boat tried to follow, but as they went to jump from the gangway onto the yacht, Justin sneered at them and said, If you dare to jump on, I'll kick you into the sea. Just try it. They all believed him and backed away. Lee had heard that a yacht had arrived and that it was a particularly expensive one. He thought he knew all the rich people in Miami and that the owner of the yacht would have heard of him even if he didn't know him personally. He decided to give this man the honor of rescuing him. He managed to squeeze himself through to the gangway and yelled to the owner of the yacht, Hey buddy, let me get on your yacht. He was afraid that the yacht owner wouldn't recognize his face, so he stepped onto the railing so that he was a foot higher than everyone else. He waved and yelled, Wait for me! Let me get on your yacht! I'm Lee! He saw the young man on the yacht turn and look at him. He suddenly stopped yelling as he realized it was Justin Ambrose. He thought, Last time we met was at this singing competition and I upset Justin. Now Alex and Minnie seem to be standing next to him. What's going on? How do they know him? Are they related to him? Will they tell Justin that I just tried to drown them? Lee was flustered and unsteady on his feet due to the amount of alcohol he had drunk. His feet slipped and he fell over the railing and straight into the sea. From the yacht, Justin saw someone falling overboard, but he didn't know who it was. He looked at the figure splashing in the water and said, Is this guy crazy jumping into the sea? The waves are so fierce. Don't worry about him. Someone has already thrown him a lifesaver. Let's go, guys. Then he turned and instructed the captain of the yacht to head back to Miami. Episode 164, I Have Good News. As the yacht sailed away, Alex, Justin, Hannah, and Minnie sat on the deck chatting. Although Minnie didn't know who Justin was, she thought that he looked like he was wealthy, and she was surprised to hear him call Alex his brother. She wondered, is Alex also from a rich family? Big brother, I'm surprised that you went to the Twitch party, Justin said to Alex with a smile. Minnie waited anxiously for Alex to reply, but he stayed quiet. If she hadn't insisted that Alex go to the party, his life would never have been in danger. "Aren't you going to introduce me to these beautiful ladies?" Justin joked. Seeing that Alex wasn't going to bother introducing them, Minnie took the initiative. She stood up and said, "Hello, Justin. My name is Minnie, and I'm one of Alex's classmates. Her name is Hannah, and she's a friend of mine." Justin nodded. He looked at Alex and said with a small smile, "My brother seems unhappy tonight. I better shut up or I'll annoy him even more. What do you think, babe?" Then, ignoring Minnie and Alex, he turned and pinched the chin of the girl sitting beside him. For the next few minutes, he continued to flirt with her and 2 other young ladies. "Can I have that letter?" Alex asked Minnie. "Yes, sorry, I forgot. I'll get it for you now," Minnie replied and quickly took the letter Kathy gave her from her bag. Hannah had been looking after her bag for her when she was in the sea, so luckily it wasn't wet. Alex took the envelope from her hand and straight away recognized Kathy's handwriting on the front. It said, "To be personally opened by Alex." He sighed softly, opened the envelope, and read, "Dear Alex, I remember when we were freshmen and we said that we would live with each other for a lifetime. Our words still linger in our ears, but in less than a year we've reached this point. Life is indeed like a play. You said that no matter whether the love between us was right or wrong, of course you may now think that what we had was not love, but let me call it that, we should never complain or regret it, because young people always make mistakes. It seems that you've managed to completely let go of your feelings for me. I'm very happy for you. Honestly, and without any irony, I'm happy for you. However, I'm not as lucky as you are. Whether you believe it or not, the truth is that I've never stopped thinking about you. Especially after being abandoned, first by Billy and then by Simon, I realized that there was only one person in the world who has ever been good to me. It was the same person who protected me, and the same student who gave me all his money for food and fell ill himself. People always cherish something more after they've lost it. When I think back, I find that the one I love deeply has moved further away from me and is now deeply in love with someone else. I think it's time that I learn to let go, so I've decided to quit school. Please don't blame yourself. Everything is my choice. I just need to be somewhere where I don't keep seeing you, where I can let time help me forget you. I hope that one day when we meet again, you'll be holding your wife and I'll be in the arms of my husband, and that we'll look at each other with only friendship in our eyes, without any hatred or regret." After reading Kathy's letter, Alex felt much more comfortable. He instantly felt that he would finally be free of her. He lifted the letter and let it drop into the water. Watching the paper float out of view, he wondered whether Kathy had already forgotten him. The yacht soon reached Miami. After docking, Minnie and Hannah saw that Alex's attention was no longer on them. They left quietly, and Justin asked his female companions to go back to the hotel. He hadn't seen his older brother for such a long time, and naturally he wanted to have a good chat with him. By this time it was mid-afternoon and the restaurant was closed, so Justin bought some beer and snacks in the convenience store, and the 2 brothers sat in the doorway of a closed building, eating and drinking together. Justin opened a can of beer and said with a smile, "Hey Alex, this is nice, isn't it?" He had been spoiled since childhood and had always eaten in classy restaurants. It was the first time that he had eaten sitting on the ground. "You don't know how many times I ate potato chips and drank beer in places like this during my 7 years of poverty training," Alex joked with a smile. "You're so good," Justin joked back. "By the way, what did you get up to at the party today? Did you meet any interesting young ladies, or do you still only have eyes for Debbie?" He looked at Alex and smiled. Hearing the sudden mention of Debbie, Alex's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't reply. He just raised his head and drank a few gulps of beer. "Alex, what's the matter?" Justin saw his reaction and thought about Debbie. He realized that he hadn't seen her since the horrible incident at the singing contest, and he became worried. He said, "I haven't seen Debbie for a long time. Why don't you take me to see her first thing tomorrow morning?" When Justin said that he wanted to see her, Alex suddenly felt guilty, as if he had done something wrong. "Sorry, I can't tomorrow," he replied. He felt ashamed. Justin put down his beer can and stared at Alex. He asked, "What do you mean? Is there something wrong with her? What's the matter?" Alex knew that he could no longer hide the truth. His eyes were full of sadness as he explained, "It's my fault. The last time she came back from Chicago, she was kidnapped from the airport. She was taken to a hotel and..." Suddenly he couldn't go on. It was like ripping the scab off an old wound. "What?" Justin asked impatiently. Alex used all his strength to say, "She was assaulted." "What? I'll kill the person who did that." He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "But how is she now?" he asked anxiously. "She..." Alex closed his eyes and paused for a moment, then continued. "She fell down from the 3rd floor of the hotel and was taken away by strangers. I don't know where she is now." "What? Debbie's missing?" Justin was horrified to hear that the gentle, kind-hearted, elegant and refined girl that he had met on Harmony Island had been through so much and was now missing. He was worried and angry, and he took his frustration out on Alex. "And?" he roared. "I've been looking for her. I've asked Ken Stokes and Sam Woodsworth to mobilize all their people to search for her. I've also got the rest of the family looking. If anyone gets news about her, they'll let me know immediately," Alex said. He felt guilty. "That's all?" Justin yelled. Alex stared at him in shock. He had never yelled at him like that before. "Tell me, where were you when your girlfriend was framed by the 2 scumbags at the singing contest? Did you know Debbie was assaulted by another girl that day? Did you know that she was in agony while she was trying to perform on stage? Did you know that someone nearly killed her? Do you realize that if I hadn't happened to be there that day, she might have died?" "Yes, I know," Alex replied quietly. He had read Debbie's diary every day and could remember everything that she had written. "Do you know what a scumbag you are?" Justin was furious. He threw the chips, peanuts, and cans of beer onto the ground with one hand. With the other, he grabbed Alex's collar and hauled him up. "Don't you care that she's missing?" he demanded, and threw Alex to the ground. "You lost her. What are you doing about it, huh? You sent Ken and Sam out looking for her on your behalf so you can sit back and relax? You feel that you're doing everything you can? What else are you going to do? You're unbelievable." He yanked Alex up again from the ground and shouted in his face, "I'm asking you what you're doing. Why aren't you answering me?" In the sky, there was a clap of thunder, and rain started hammering on the pavement. "If I had known on Harmony Island that you didn't give a shit about Debbie, I would have stolen her from you to be my girlfriend." Justin continued to yell at Alex. "Wake up! Do you know what you're going to do?" "Yes," Alex replied, suddenly thinking clearly. "What? Tell me, I can't hear you." Justin roared at Alex. He was disgusted with his older brother. Finally, Alex became full of energy. He roared back, "I'll start looking for her immediately. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I'll find her." "Good. This is the older brother I can be proud of. This is what a man should do." He put his hand on Alex's shoulder and said, "If you don't find Debbie, you're no longer a brother of mine." Then he turned and walked away. Alex stood and watched him go. It was raining heavily, and his whole body was drenched. Justin's reaction to the news that Debbie was missing shocked him into action. He wondered to himself, "What on earth have I been doing since she disappeared? I must go right now to find Debbie in person and bring her back." The next day, he caught the first flight back to New York. He was determined to find Debbie himself. He had no specific destination in mind and no time restraints. He would look until he found her. However, he went back to New York to collect some of her things to take with him for comfort. Also, because he didn't know when he would return, there were a few business affairs he had to deal with before he left. On arriving in New York, he dealt quickly with all his business affairs. At noon, he bought 2 live chickens and took them to the villa for Grandma. He didn't tell her that he was about to leave the city because he knew that she wouldn't let him go. After picking up a few items of clothing from the villa, he took a taxi and went to the Azalea guest house. He wanted to collect Debbie's diary, and he also had arranged to meet Sam Woodsworth and Ken Stokes there to tell him what he was planning to do. When he reached the guest house, he put Debbie's diary into his backpack. As he stepped from her room into the hall, he found Sam waiting for him. He said, "Mr. Ambrose, why don't you just let us look for Debbie? We'll be much more effective, and you'll be putting yourself in danger if you go alone." He was very worried about Alex searching for Debbie on his own. Alex replied with a small smile. "Sam, don't worry. I'm not a child. I've also been through poverty training for 7 years, so I can look after myself. Where's Ken? Isn't he here yet?" At that moment, Ken Stokes rushed in with his face full of joy. He said, "Alex, I have news! I have news!" Episode 165, Looking for Debbie. "What?" Overjoyed, Alex rushed over to Ken and held his arm. He asked, "Ken, have you got news about Debbie?" "Well, yes," Ken nodded. He pressed a button on his cell phone and a photo appeared on the screen, which he showed to Alex. It was of a cell phone. Alex recognized it immediately as Debbie's phone. He was so excited that he could hardly speak. He grabbed the phone off Ken and stammered, "The cell phone, it's Debbie's." "Well, our people found it in Washington, D.C. We know from the fingerprints on the screen that it's definitely Debbie's. Now you've also confirmed it," Ken said with a smile. He continued, "I now believe that there's a very good chance that Debbie is in Washington. I'm going to focus our search there. I'm convinced that soon we'll have very good news." "Okay, please get back to the search straight away. When you find her, you'll be very well rewarded," Alex said happily. "There's no need for that, Mr. Ambrose. It's all part of our service to your family," Ken said. Then, with a little trepidation, he continued, "Now that we have some clues, we're sure to find her very quickly. There's no need now for you to go in person. Just leave everything to us." Alex replied adamantly, "No, I've already decided. Before, I didn't know where to start to look, but now I know where to go. I gave up too quickly last time. I won't do that again." After chatting with Ken for a while longer, Alex realized that it was already late evening, so he decided that he would wait and leave the following day. He went back to his room and ordered a ticket on the internet for the train at 11 o'clock the next morning. He planned to go and get some dinner, then to get an early night. He wanted a good night's sleep to regain his energy. He was just leaving his room when his cell phone rang. He didn't recognize the number, and when he answered the call, he found that it was Sharon Williams, a close friend of Kelly Phillips. "Hello, Alex. I'm really sorry to disturb you," she said. The last time they had met at the Phillips family gathering, she had witnessed Alex intentionally destroying Brian Foster's Ferrari. She was understandably wary of him. She also knew that he was from such a rich and powerful family that the president of Ferrari had personally delivered his new car. She shivered when she remembered how she had treated him at the gathering before she knew who he was.
What's the matter? Alex asked impatiently. Sharon quickly replied, Well, I'm calling you because of Kelly. Since the last family gathering, she's become completely withdrawn. She never goes out anymore but stays at home by herself all the time. I visit her every day, and I can tell from her red eyes that she cries all the time. I'm really worried about her. Hearing her mention Kelly, Alex's heart fluttered. He remembered her smiling face and optimistic attitude to life. I know that you care about her. Please, could you meet with her? She can't go on like this, Sharon said anxiously. Alex was moved by what he heard and agreed to Sharon's request. He said, Okay, tell her that I'll meet her at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at Ramsey Lake on the university campus. Sharon thanked him and ended the call. As Sharon was ending her call to Alex, Rose was speaking on the phone to her aunt, Sue Bradley, who told her that Alex was about to leave New York. She was surprised. Since convincing herself that he was in love with her, Rose had been dreaming about becoming Alex's girlfriend. She had been looking forward to being with him again as soon as possible. She had decided to accept him as soon as he approached her and made his desires clear. But for the past 2 days, she had not heard from him at all, and she was becoming a little anxious. However, when she remembered how affectionate he had been with her, she was relieved. She remained convinced that she was the girl that he was in love with. When she heard that he was leaving New York for a period of time, Rose panicked a little. She thought, what if Alex meets some beautiful woman on his travels and forgets all about me? As she thought more about it, she became increasingly anxious. I must take the initiative, she thought. Before Alex leaves, I'll make sure that I become his girlfriend. If I can't do that, I must at least speak to him and sort out our relationship. Then even if he's away from New York, I'll have an excuse to keep calling him. Maybe I'll even go with him. Having made up her mind, she called him. Alex was wary when he saw that Rose was calling, but he still answered her call. She said to him shyly, Alex, now it's the summer vacation and all my friends have gone home. I'm very bored at home on my own every day. Can you go out with me for the day tomorrow? Sorry, I can't. I'm leaving New York tomorrow, Alex answered. Rose thought for a moment. Thank goodness I made this call. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that he was leaving so soon. She said, Where are you going? I can go with you. I'm already bored with being at home. She tried to sound calm, but her anxiety was clear in her voice. No, I need to go alone, Alex answered. I'm already booked on tomorrow's 11 o'clock train. I'm going to Washington, D.C. There is something I have to do there. He was going to find Debbie. There was no way he was going to take Rose with him. But she insisted. 11 o'clock isn't that early. Can you meet me for a while? Just for a chat? Perhaps just a walk by Ramsey Lake? Please? Alex didn't know what to say. Do you still hate me because of the way I treated you? Rose asked suddenly. She sobbed. I know that I used to treat you badly. I used to insult you and laugh at you. I know that I hurt you, but I hope that you meant it that day in the villa when you said you could forgive me. Don't worry about it. I did mean what I said. I do forgive you. Don't cry. When he heard her voice trembling, his heart softened. Okay, I'll meet you at Ramsey Lake tomorrow, but remember, I can't stay long. I'll only have time to walk around the lake. Thank you. Even if you can only stay with me for 5 minutes, I'll be happy, Rose said, sounding chirpier. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at Ramsey Lake. Alex suddenly remembered that he had arranged to meet with Kelly at 9 o'clock. He certainly couldn't overlap that appointment with meeting Rose. Flustered, he said, Actually, no. I don't think I can get up in time to meet at 9. He thought, I need to give myself at least an hour to talk with Kelly. After that, I can walk around the lake with Rose, and then I'll need to get quickly to the railway station to catch the train to Washington. Okay, that's fine. We can meet at 10 o'clock, Rose said and ended the call. After hanging up, Rose felt very happy with how it had gone. She thought, if Alex is catching a train at 11 o'clock, but still wants to find time to meet me at 10, that's definitely proof that he likes me. Tomorrow, I'll make sure that I seize the opportunity and use the time available to make Alex my boyfriend. The next day, Rose went to Ramsey Lake at 8 o'clock. She saw a tall man standing by the lake. After their conversation the night before, she had spent a lot of time thinking about her best approach when she saw Alex. She had not spent much time with him and didn't know him well, but she thought he was a quiet person and maybe too shy to tell her straight out how he felt about her. She had to handle the situation carefully. She had racked her brains trying to decide how she could make Alex confess to her that he liked her. Finally, she came up with a plan. When she and Alex were walking by the lake, she would arrange for some friends to attack them, pretending to be gangsters. Then Alex would come to the rescue and save her. This happened. She was sure that Alex would then realize how he truly felt about her. Even if he found it hard to confess his true feelings, it was perfectly normal for the hero and the beautiful girl that he saved to end up together. Convinced that he was truly in love with her, she decided that as soon as she told him how she felt, he would accept her immediately. Rose approached the tall man and asked him, "Have you brought everything you need?" "Don't worry, I'm ready," the man replied. "You see, I have a black stocking to cover my head, and this is a model knife. The blade can be retracted. This is the fake blood that we usually use for filming." He showed her the props that he had prepared to use. "You mustn't see them, and you can't let him catch you straight away. You understand?" Rose told him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Remember, I'm a professional. It's my job to stage these sorts of stunts for films," he answered proudly. "Okay, but before he comes, let's practice so we know exactly what we're doing. It can't go wrong," she said and turned to face the lake. "I'm ready," the man said as he put the silk stocking on his head, held the model knife in his hand and crept up to Rose. He circled his arms around her neck and pointed the knife at her throat. "What are you doing? Let me go! Alex, help me!" she cried out in panic. Suddenly, they both heard a quivering voice shouting at the man. "Hey, you! What are you doing? Let her go! I'll call the police," the voice said. Rose turned her head and squinted in the direction of the voice. She saw two beautiful girls standing about 20 yards away. It was Kelly and Sharon. When they arrived at the lake and saw a gangster with his knife against a girl's throat, they were shocked. Although they were afraid, Kelly thought he might cut her throat any second, so he didn't hesitate and screamed at him to stop. With shaking hands, Sharon pulled out her phone to call the police. "Hi girl, stop! Don't call the police!" Rose quickly called, and then said to the man who still had his arm around her neck, "Let go, are you stupid?" When the man let go of her, Rose ran to Kelly and Sharon and said with a smile, "It's okay. You've made a mistake. He's not a gangster. We're just messing around." Rose had assumed that because it's vacation time, there would be very few people on campus, so she didn't think there would be anyone else at the lake. She certainly hadn't expected anyone else to arrive at that moment and see what they were doing. Messing around? Kelly and Sharon were a little confused. They thought the explanation was a bit strange. However, they didn't know this girl and felt that it was none of their business. Kelly smiled gently and said, "Well, it was clearly a misunderstanding. We're glad you're okay. We'll leave you to it." Then, Kelly and Sharon went and sat down by the edge of the lake. Rose went back and rehearsed with the tall man several times. Then she noticed that it was almost 9 o'clock and the two girls were still sitting by the lake. They didn't seem to be leaving. She was worried because she wouldn't be able to carry out her plan with Alex later if they were still there. She walked over to them and said, "Hey guys, You've been sitting here for a long time. Don't you want to go somewhere else for a walk? We're waiting for someone here, Kelly explained and smiled happily. Rose swore to herself and thought, it looks like these two girls are planning to stay here for a long time. Alex will be here soon and I need my plan to work. What can I do? Guys, my friend and I are going to keep practicing our scene later today. If anyone else comes along, please don't tell them it's not real, she said to them. What do you mean? What are you going to do? Kelly asked. She didn't understand what Rose was doing. Rose breathed out helplessly. She could think of no alternative but to explain everything to them. Exasperated, she started to explain. Well... Episode 166, A Loving Deception. Well, a friend of mine wants to come over later. He likes me a lot, but he doesn't dare tell me. I just want to have someone pretend to be a robber and beat me up, so my friend can play the part of the knight in shining armor. That may make him confess his love for me, Rose said to Kelly. Both Kelly and Sharon, who were sitting by the lake, were shocked. Don't be so surprised. I can't help it. This person likes me very much, but I'm too thin-skinned. I'm a girl. I can't tell him how I feel about him. Even if I wanted to confess, it would have to be in the right environment. So I asked someone to help me by playing a part. In reality, Rose didn't feel shy at all. Alex was a super rich guy, apparently with dozens of identities, and she was more than willing to go after someone like that, even if she embarrassed herself in the process. Don't you think that's deceiving him? Kelly asked in a soft voice. No, I don't think so. I know that he really likes me and I like him too. In the end, we'll be together. But the process is too long. I'm going to use this method as a catalyst, just to speed things up. How could you say that's cheating him? Rose said after thinking about it. She turned to Kelly, admiring her beauty. She could tell that she was a rich girl. Don't you have someone you like? She asked her casually. Rose's question stunned Kelly and confused her for a moment. Naturally, there was someone she liked, but he was from a much better background and was 100 times wealthier than she was. Also, he had been trying to push her aside. Of course she likes someone, and the person she likes is a rich man. Even the boss of the Ferrari company is respectful toward him when he sees him, but this person does not. Seeing that Kelly hadn't said anything, Sharon had started speaking for her. But she couldn't bear to go on. All she said in the end was, Kelly's here today to see the person she likes. Oh dear. Looking at Kelly and Sharon's troubled expressions, Rose had already guessed that something must have gone wrong between Kelly and her love interest. She grabbed her hand in sympathy. Your eyes are red. You must have cried for that person so many times. If you don't help me now, I'm afraid I'll just have grief and sorrow like yours to look forward to. Are you sure you don't want to help me pull this off? Okay, but let's not talk about it. Rose's words had tugged Kelly's heartstrings. She knew that the kind of lovesickness she was suffering was too painful. She didn't want any other girl in the world to go through something like that. Great, thank you. Kelly, if we become friends later, I'll give you an expensive car, Rose said with a smile. Kelly smiled back indifferently. She didn't care about any car. The only gift she was interested in was for the man she liked to give her a ray of hope. Your boyfriend must be from a good family. What's his name? She asked Rose. He really is wealthy and from a top family. I don't mind telling you his name. It's Alex, Rose said with a smile. Alex. Both Kelly and Sharon were shocked. You say Alex likes? Sharon started to ask Rose if what she had said was true,
but Kelly held her back. What were you going to say? You don't know Alex, do you? Rose asked her. No, we don't know him. Kelly's heart suddenly felt heavy. She thought that if she admitted that she did, she wouldn't be able to meet Alex that day. Well, the person I want to see is coming soon. You can go and prepare for your own meeting, she said. Okay, I won't disturb you. I wish you luck with your man, Rose said with a smile and left. Kelly, that girl said Alex likes her, Sharon muttered, looking at Kelly anxiously. Isn't it normal that a lot of people would like him since he's such a good man? Kelly bit her lips, and her eyes started overflowing again. Sharon sighed and didn't know what to say. No matter how it turned out, after meeting Alex today, Kelly would have to give up on him. Look, he's here. That moment, Sharon saw Alex coming from a distance. He was walking toward Kelly along the edge of the lake. His mood was complex and heavy. Kelly, he called out to her. Kelly slowly turned around and saw Alex's face. She truly was infatuated. She looked at him in silence. Her eyes reflected resentment, reluctance, and helplessness, but mostly deep love. At that moment, the tall man in the bushes saw Alex and muttered in a low voice, "The boy that the beauty loves is a loser." You're not a loser. What's your qualification to look down on a loser? Rose, annoyed at the tall man, glanced at the lake. When she saw Alex, she did a double take. How can it be him? How can it be him? Rose wondered. It seemed that Alex had lied to her when he had said that he didn't want to meet her at 9 in the morning because it was too early, and he might not get up in time. But it turned out that he was seeing Kelly at 9 o'clock. Rose's heart was in shreds. Is Alex in love with that girl or with me? No, it must be me. He's been so good to me, she thought. She didn't dare to think about what sort of relationship he had with Kelly. Her heart was in turmoil. You're here. Kelly held back her tears and made herself laugh, but there was still a hint of sadness in her voice. I'm here. Are you okay? Alex thought Kelly looked haggard, and his heart softened. Good. Kelly laughed and sobbed at the same time. Thank you for coming to see me. We can stay here by the lake for a while, and then I'll invite you out to dinner later. Kelly wanted to control her voice, but since seeing Alex, she had begun to choke and tremble. Looking at her like this, Alex was really distressed and worried. He clenched his hands behind his back. No, I'm catching a train at 11 o'clock. After meeting you, I'm leaving New York, Alex said. Kelly's smile stiffened, and she asked, Is it to go to her? Yes. This one word made Kelly feel like she was falling into a void. Sharon held her and murmured, Kelly. Rose, who had overheard their dialogue, asked herself, This man? Who is this man? Who is he going to look for? He doesn't seem like himself. No, he likes me. He's not looking for anyone. That's just an excuse he's using to turn Kelly down. Alex, I want to ask you, haven't you got space in your heart for other people? Kelly already knew the answer, but she didn't want to die. Kelly, 8 out of 10 things in this world bring unhappiness. You'd better think about that, Alex said with a deep sigh. Kelly closed her eyes, and 2 tears slipped out. She repeated Alex's words in a whisper. 8 out of 10 things are unsatisfactory. 8 out of 10 things bring unhappiness. She opened her eyes and caught a glimpse of Rose standing under the trees. She realized that the girl had also misunderstood Alex, and an idea suddenly appeared in her mind. If there's a girl deeply in love with you who, in order to make you fall in love with her, deliberately asks someone to act out a violent scene to let you be the hero who rescues her, and later she confesses her actions to you, would you accept her? Kelly asked. She was asking for Rose and herself. No, I wouldn't, Alex replied, shaking his head. Ah. Kelly looked at Rose quietly, hoping that she had overheard Alex's words, so as not to waste her time and increase his sorrow. Rose shook her head. She still thought she was the person that he liked. If you'd met me first instead of Debbie, would you like me? Kelly asked him, remembering again what he had said about unhappiness arising in 8 cases out of 10. I don't know. Alex was stunned, as he had never thought about it. If there was no Debbie in the world, would you like me? I don't know. There's no if in the world. Alex was very confused. Ah. Kelly's tears changed into a smile, and she went over to him. I've seen the answer in your eyes. If there were no Debbie, you would like me. If you'd met me first, you wouldn't have fallen in love with Debbie. I just lost you to bad timing. Alex was stunned and didn't reply. Thank you, Kelly tearfully said with a smile. You've let me know that I'm in your heart. I'm your second favorite woman, which makes me very satisfied. Debbie? How can it be? Alex likes me. Among the trees, Rose's skull was about to explode. She didn't want to believe the conversation that was taking place between Kelly and Alex, but she felt a growing uneasiness. By then, she couldn't stop herself any longer. She wanted to ask Alex a question. Alex! Rose cried out and emerged from under the trees. But wait, you... The tall man who was hiding nearby was wondering why she had gone out without telling him. He quickly put the silk stocking over his head and prepared to carry out the task that Rose had told him. Rose? Seeing Rose appear, Alex was surprised. Alex is the person you like? Rose wanted to ask Alex whether the woman he loved was her or Debbie. But before she could finish her sentence, a hand shot out from behind her and covered her mouth. Ah, what a beautiful girl. Come to a hotel with me to have a good time, said the tall man, following Rose's previous instructions. He tightened his hands around her neck. Let go of her! Alex was shocked, and he was about to run to the rescue. But suddenly, what Kelly had said a short while ago flashed through his mind. If there's a girl deeply in love with you who deliberately asks someone to act out a violent scene... Alex glanced at Kelly and knew that the woman she had referred to was Rose. He couldn't help but look at Rose with hatred, and then he said to Kelly, Everything between us should be settled by now. I'm leaving. With that, he nodded at Kelly and walked away. Episode 167, The Search Begins. Little girl, come back to the hotel with me. The tall man was still pretending to assault Rose. Seeing Alex walk away without looking back, he also called out to him in a loud voice. Hello, I'm going to take this beautiful girl to my hotel. Let her roll on the big bed with me. What's the matter? I performed very well. The tall man looked at Alex's departing figure and asked, Rose, how come it didn't work? He released her from his grasp, and Rose slapped him in the face and then beat him up a bit more. Infuriated by her actions, he slapped her back, making her stagger and almost fall to the ground. You bitch! I'm just here to help you act out a scene. Do you eat dynamite for lunch? Do you still want to trick that handsome guy? He made it quite clear that he likes a girl named Debbie. You should be ashamed to say he loves you deeply. Aren't you disgraceful? Stupid women like you deserve to be ignored." After getting that off his chest, the tall man walked away, muttering to himself. Rose stood rooted to the spot as she realized that the girl in Alex's heart was not her, but a girl named Debbie. When she left Ramsey Lake, it was with dull eyes, like a walking corpse. Kelly didn't pay any attention to what had happened to Rose. When Alex's figure disappeared in the distance, the tears that she had been holding back finally started rolling down her cheeks. One by one, they dripped down to her chin and onto the grass. Sharon held her tightly. Watching her shake and cry inconsolably, it seemed that she was about to rupture something inside. Sharon could only pat her on the back and comfort her in a low voice. She could only hope that Kelly would forget all about Alex. At 11 o'clock, Alex got on the high-speed train to Washington, D.C. 2 hours later, he arrived. Coming out of the bustling railway station, he bought a combined bus and subway pass at the Metro subway station. He felt that with so many people taking public transport, he had more opportunities to find Debbie. With the transport card in hand, Alex immediately started his search. He took the subway according to the route he had designed on the train, from the Red Line over to the Orange Line, with a few bus rides built in, traversing the metropolitan area from Northeast Washington to Fairfax. It took Alex more than 3 hours to visit the areas. When he was on the bus, on the subway, or even walking from one bus stop to another, Alex would pay special attention to the people around him, for fear that he would brush past Debbie without noticing. He got off the train again at a subway station in Arlington. After walking for such a long time, he was hungry, and he remembered that he hadn't eaten lunch. Standing on a broad central avenue in the bustling suburb, he looked around for a casual place to eat. As he wandered down the street, a fragrant smell reached his nostrils. He saw a food truck with a sign advertising burgers, pancakes, and more. Beside the truck was a small cart selling vegetables. Alex remembered that when he was with Debbie, he often bought them food at a food truck. He couldn't help but walk toward it. While he was approaching, he saw a buxom girl standing behind the vehicle arguing with an old man. The closer Alex got, the more serious the quarrel became. "I've given you the money. Why don't you go? Are you trying to steal my money?" The girl, who was wearing an apron, cursed the old man. "No. The eggs are $3 and $5, which is $15 in total. You should give me $52, $5. You only gave $45 and still owe me $7, $5. The old man was pulling the girl's leg to collect money. "You ass! I've always paid $3.15 for your eggs. Take the money and go away. Stop disrupting my business," the girl said sharply. "What? $3.15? That's what they cost a month ago, and prices go up. If you can't afford it, give me back the eggs and I'll sell them to somebody else." The old man tried to snatch back the carton of eggs the girl had taken. "Go away. These eggs are already mine. Take the money and go." The girl kept the eggs and refused to be manipulated by him. "Why are you so unreasonable? Today I won't let you have them." The old man also seemed to be in a hurry. By then, Alex had reached the food truck and stood in front of him. "Hey there, beautiful, don't be so impulsive," Alex said to the girl as he pulled the old man away. "This little girl is bullying me. I'm going to smash her eggs and do some damage to her food truck. Young man, let me go." The old man was so angry that he was chomping at the bit to fight with the girl. "Who's bullying who? Come back here if you have the courage. If you dare to kick my truck, I'm not responsible for what I'll do to you," the girl shouted, pointing her finger at the man. Alex couldn't help but sigh as he frowned at the girl. "Here, I'll give you the money she owes you." Alex thought it wasn't worth making such a fuss over a few dollars. "This little girl's attitude really pisses me off. Do I care about the money? If I don't smash her snack truck today, I'll not be able to forgive myself. The old man seemed to need payback. Do you think this is okay? Look, I'll give you $100 if you forget all this and just walk away, Alex said, after thinking for a moment about how to best handle the situation. Let go of me. It's no use saying anything. Wait a minute. How much did you say? $100, Alex repeated with a smile. You're not teasing me, are you? The old man's attention was no longer on the girl. When Alex let go of him, he looked at Alex in disbelief. With a faint smile, Alex took out his mobile phone and pointed to a QR code sign on the old man's vegetable cart. Is this your payment code? I'll transfer it to you, he said, scanning the code and sending him the money. Thank you. You're so bright. The old man bowed to Alex and took some carrots and lettuce from the cart and pressed them into his arms. Take these. They're all from my own farm. After Alex declined, the old man happily pushed his cart over to a beat-up car, hooked it up, drove away. Why did you help me? The girl asked, staring at Alex. For no reason in particular. You shouldn't bully him, you know, Alex replied with a trace of solemnity. For the first time, he got a good look at the girl's face. Her short hair was scorched, her skin was discolored, and there were scars on her face. It looked like she might have been in a fire. There was also some inflammation and a few open sores. In other words, she was really ugly. You seem to enjoy bullying him. What's wrong with you? Alex said to her, making the girl angry. Okay, forget it, he added, sighing. It seemed that the girl had a bad temper. I'd better stop talking to her, he thought. Make me a pancake with ham and shredded potatoes on the side, he said. I won't, the girl flatly refused. You won't make it for me? I didn't provoke you. Alex was really angry. He had helped her out, and now he just wanted her to make him a pancake. Her attitude was atrocious. You cared about me. I love what you did, but I won't do anything I don't want to do. She seemed to think there was nothing wrong with her reaction. Okay. Alex didn't want to talk to her anymore. He was tired from walking. He tore a piece of paper from a notebook in his backpack and put it on the curb, where he sat down in a huff to have a rest. He sat on the curb for 20 minutes. During that period, 5 or 6 passers-by came to buy food from the girl. He observed that when she took the eggs, her eyes flashed. It seemed that she thought that she had the eggs thanks to his help. He felt that she might have repented a little. By then, he had rested enough and was ready to take the bus to other places to continue his search, but his stomach was growling. He stood up, went over to the girl, and said politely, Please, could you make me a pancake now? Go away. She acted like a cat whose tail had been trampled on. Why are you so shameless? Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. I'd feed the pancakes to a dog before giving you any. I just want to eat a pancake. What have you got against me? What's wrong with you? I know I'm not good looking. Do you want to continue poking fun at me? Believe it or not, if you call me beautiful again, I'll take this pan and hit you over the head, she said angrily. Alex was stunned. In school, no matter how beautiful or ugly the girls were, or how old they were, they called them all beautiful. Alex had just said that earlier out of habit. But realizing that the girl mistakenly thought that he had been mocking her, he felt very ashamed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mock you. I'm a college student. In school, it's a term we use for everybody. Anyway, I'm obviously not what you think, Alex said in his apology. Really? The girl saw his sincerity and felt less angry. Okay, I believe you, but I hate it when people comment on others' looks. People are born with their appearance. You're good looking. All I can say to you is that you're lucky and have no right to laugh at others. Alex had been ridiculed as a loser many times, and he could understand the girl's mood. Well, as you can see, I'm not qualified to laugh at you when I dress like this." Alex wore a very ordinary outfit. He didn't own many good clothes. In addition, he had been walking at top speed for more than 3 hours, so he was sweaty and covered in dust. He looked like a poor little loser. Episode 168, A Chance Encounter. The girl laughed. Alex's words had reached her heart. She looked at him intently and said with a smile, "You are a little loser." "Hey, beautiful. Hey, girl. Are you not angry with me anymore?" Seeing her smile, he relaxed a little. "If you don't laugh at me, why should I be angry at you?" the girl said as she glanced at him. "That's good to hear. If you're busy, I'll leave you to it." Alex waved his hand and started walking away. "Wait, don't you want pancakes?" "You'll make them for me?" Alex asked in surprise. The girl didn't answer. She had already scooped a ladle full of batter from a bowl, poured it onto the grill, and made it around with the back of a spoon. Alex's heart warmed up, and he walked back to the food truck's counter. An appetizing aroma reached him. "You're a very skilled cook, and they smell delicious," he said to her. "There's nothing to it. If you go to a training class for a couple of days, you can learn how to make them. But if you don't develop the skills, so much the better for me. It keeps me from starving to death," the girl said while flipping the pancakes. "Don't you have someone taking care of you at home?" Alex thought her comment was very strange. Although the girl was ugly, she didn't look any older than 17 or 18. She didn't go to school, as she worked at a food truck. Her family was too irresponsible. "I don't have a family," she said faintly as her expression soured. Alex was surprised. Although he was very curious, he felt that she didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask. "Do you want syrup?" The girl was fast and efficient, and in about a minute, pancakes were nearly ready. Alex nodded, and she poured some syrup over them. "By the way, you don't look very rich. How come you gave that old man $100? Alex felt that there was no point in hiding anything from her, so he said, "I am rich. I just don't dress well. $100 means nothing to me." "Oh, you little loser. As soon as you've made a good impression, you start to brag, right? Okay, aren't you rich? I'll give you the pancakes for free." "Do you believe me or not?" Alex asked. He didn't need to prove anything to the girl. After a few mouthfuls, he solved the problem of payment by sweeping up around the food truck. "What's your name? Do you work here?" the girl asked. "My name is Alex, and I've come to Washington to find my girlfriend," he said. "Your name is not a good name," said the girl, puzzling Alex. "What's wrong with my name?" he wondered. "My name is Nellie Lane. I hope you can find your girlfriend soon." Alex waved goodbye to Nellie and set off to look for Debbie. By 7 in the evening, Alex had not come across any trace of her. But he wasn't discouraged. The Washington, D.C. area was huge, so he knew it wouldn't be easy to find someone. Before setting off on his trip, he had already prepared himself for a protracted search. He ate a meal, and as soon as it was dark, he was ready to find a hotel for the night. Alex walked into the Crown Hotel next to the train station. He thought it was a bit too luxurious, but there weren't that many people around, and he liked the quiet. A receptionist approached him while he was still at the door. "Hello, sir. Are you staying in our hotel?" the man asked with a smile. The Crown was one of the top hotels in D.C., and it was conveniently located near the train station. It was much more expensive than the other establishments in the area. As soon as the receptionist noticed Alex's clothes, he realized that this was not the kind of person they catered to. Subtly, he told them, If the manager sees someone walking around the lobby who is not a guest at the hotel, he will probably ask that person to leave, as otherwise it affects our image. The receptionist thought that Alex would get the message and that he was helping him to avoid embarrassment if he couldn't afford to pay for a room. He thought that Alex should understand what he meant. "I want to get a room," Alex said with a smile and walked in. The receptionist was slightly stunned. He looked at Alex, but decided that when he saw the prices, he would leave in dismay anyway. The lobby of the hotel was really splendid. It reeked of money. The people walking around were beautifully dressed. At first glance, they seemed to be successful business people. Alex looked at his reflection in a mirror and realized that he didn't fit in with the surroundings. He smiled to himself. Although the hotel looked good, it wasn't as grand as Sam's Berkeley Hotel. Alex was thinking of heading to the front desk to check in when he heard a voice behind him. "Alex?" He looked in the direction the voice was coming from and saw a beautiful woman with long hair down to her shoulders and uncertainty wrote on her face. She was wearing a cream-colored one-piece suit and 3-inch heels. She looked clean and well put together. Beside her stood a tall man. Alex frowned as he couldn't remember who she was. "It really is you, Alex," the woman said in surprise after she got a better look at him. "Are you Miriam Henley?" When she smiled, Alex recognized her. She was his high school hall monitor. "I didn't expect to find you here." Alex was surprised to run into her in Washington and immediately walked over to his old friend. In high school, because he had been very poor, most of his classmates had looked down on him. Like at university, he was often ridiculed. Only a few students had gotten along well with him. Miriam had been one of them. Alex remembered that she would often tutor him in his senior year, and her academic support helped him get into Preston University. He walked over to her and reached out to shake her hand, but Miriam didn't acknowledge the gesture. He pulled his hand back angrily. "You're looking fantastic. I almost didn't recognize you. You're much more beautiful than you were in high school," Alex said with a smile. "You mean I didn't look good in high school?" Miriam said with a snort and sneered. Alex was stunned by the hostility in her words and felt that she had changed a lot. "I didn't mean that. I mean, you were beautiful in high school and now you're even more beautiful." "You really can talk," she said sarcastically. "I didn't expect that you would become so glib after spending a couple of years in New York." Alex was speechless, but he smiled. "You're in college, right?" he asked, changing the subject. He had not seen her since graduating from high school and had no idea what she'd been up to. Alex's question instantly put her in a bad mood. During the college entrance examination, Miriam had become increasingly irritated because the ink wasn't flowing properly from her pen. As a result, she failed mathematics and didn't do well in English either. And because of that, she lost her chance to get into the colleges of her choice. Miriam had heard people saying behind her back that she was spending every day teaching Alex how to answer the exam questions. In the end, she lost out, and Alex made it into Preston University. It was said at the time that she was a fool and had given her scores to him. Miriam hated the classmates who had said those words, but she couldn't help but feel resentment toward Alex. She felt that she was the one who should have gone to Preston. Alex had stolen her university from her. "Lower East College, are you satisfied?" Miriam sneered at Alex and told him again that she thought he was being deliberately sarcastic. "What college?" Alex was surprised. He thought that Miriam had been admitted to a top university. "Where's Lower East College? I've never heard of it," he thought. "One of the two worst. Are you satisfied? Does that make you happy?" Miriam sneered. "What are you talking about? Miriam, how could I be happy? Are you misunderstanding me?" He thought that Miriam's reaction was abnormal. She was the one who had offered to help him in high school. He hadn't forced her to do it. You thief, you're just pretending, Miriam said bitterly. Thinking that her future had been destroyed by Alex, her heart was still bleeding. Alex was left speechless again. He was sure that Miriam had misunderstood him. At this point, he knows what to say. What are you doing here? Is this where you're staying? Don't you feel like you ought to get going? Miriam said coldly. She had heard about Alex from some former classmates. He was considered a lousy loser at Preston University. What's he doing in a fine hotel like this? She wondered. Alex sighed heavily. Miriam's tone was too hateful. Obviously, I came to the hotel to book a room. A room? Miriam laughed. Alex, look at your clothes. This is way out of your budget. You obviously didn't go home for summer vacation. Did you come all the way from New York to Washington to find work here? I've heard from other students that you pay for your living expenses by working during your vacations. How much money can you earn by working 2 months? $4,000, $5,000? Is that the sort of money you earn? Do you know how much it costs to stay at the Crown Hotel for one night? Miriam looked at him contemptuously. 4 or 5,000? What's wrong with that? Alex said faintly, thinking how unpleasant Miriam was. In New York, he stayed at the Berkeley Hotel and at the Azalea Guest House, which was more expensive than the Crown. Oh, you seem so relaxed. It seems that $4,000 or $5,000 doesn't mean anything to you. This hotel is really cheap for you, isn't it? The cheapest room is actually only $2,000. Miriam assumed that Alex was in Washington to find work, which proved that he didn't have much money. He clearly didn't have any idea of the prices of the hotel, and there was no way he was going to be able to afford a room. Baby, who is this guy? The man beside Miriam asked her. He was wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans. He looked like a hip-hop singer. He was Miriam's boyfriend, Jake Grant. This guy? Miriam sneered. She looked at Alex with a terrible smile in her eyes. He's the high school classmate I told you about who stole my college dream. In high school, he was a lousy loser. Often, all he ate was bread in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. He was so poor that he didn't even have the money to buy notebooks. In order to save paper, he used pencils instead of pens so he could erase what he wrote and reuse the pages. He could also write in the front and back covers. Honey, do you think you can stay at the Crown Hotel for one night? Episode 169, An Embarrassing Situation. So, it turns out that this is the guy you've complained to me about so often, Jake said to Miriam, pointing at Alex in surprise. He looked him up and down and snorted contemptuously. Miriam gave you every opportunity to attend a good university. I see that you're dressed appallingly, so you don't look like you're doing too well at college. You're such a disappointment to Miriam. Don't you feel guilty? What? Alex didn't understand the meaning of Miriam gave you every opportunity to attend a good university. He didn't want to be near Miriam anymore, so he went over to the front desk. I'd like to see how you pay, Miriam muttered, as she and Jake followed behind him. Hello, I'd like one of your better rooms, please, Alex said to the receptionist. Well, I can offer you a large, elegant room with a king-sized bed. Would that be all right? Although the front desk lady also had her doubts about Alex, she was polite, and Alex nodded. Sir, the price of the room is $2,300 a night. The front desk lady motioned for Alex to pay up front. If he can afford it, I'm seeing flying saucers, Miriam said. She and Jake had walked up beside Alex. They looked at him with wicked smiles, and Miriam turned to the receptionist. I would advise you to be more perceptive about people who come up to you, so as not to waste everyone's time. Because otherwise you can spend a lot of time talking to someone and then it turns out they don't have the money to pay. The front desk lady could only reply with a weak smile. Alex was getting angrier and angrier. He stared at Miriam for several seconds. Look, are you taking the room or not? We're waiting to check in. Will you hurry up? Miriam glared back at Alex. Alex couldn't help sneering. Okay. Didn't you say I couldn't afford a room? I'll get the most expensive room for today, just because of you. After all, I have my Metro Sky Bank card, and it has millions of dollars on it. Miss, please give me the most expensive room you have here, Alex said to the lady at the desk. The receptionist was stunned. She doubted that Alex could afford to pay for the elegant room with the king-sized bed, let alone the most expensive one. Sir, in fact, the elegant room is also quite wonderful. Have you heard that, Alex? The front desk lady doesn't believe your lies, yet you're threatening to book the most expensive room here. You're going to make us die laughing, Miriam sneered. You'd better see if you can afford the elegant room first. This man is really out of his mind, miss. I think you'd better ask the security guard to come over and remove him from the premises, Jake said with a smile. The front desk lady decided that if Alex was deliberately messing with her, she would call security. Alex didn't say anything. He removed his backpack, took out a card wallet, pulled out his Metro Sky card, put it between his fingers and extended it to the front desk lady. Can you give me my key now? Alex, don't be foolish. You've come to DC for work. Don't you realize that if you stay here for just one night, you'll spend half your earnings? You're so stupid. I really don't understand how you got into Preston University, Miriam said. Seeing the card in Alex's hand, the front desk lady was shocked. She was familiar with the various bank cards and recognized the Metro Sky Supreme card. The only people who got that card were those with $30 million in their personal accounts, which meant that the young man in front of her was worth at least that. Sir, I was being impolite. I'll handle it for you now. I'd like to tell you about the most luxurious presidential suite in our hotel. It has 2 king-size beds. Hello, miss. What are you doing? Miriam didn't understand why the woman's attitude had changed so much. Jake held her back. He had also seen the Metro Sky card in Alex's hand and was flustered. What's the matter? Miriam was still a college student and didn't know anything about that prestigious card. The card in his hand is the Metro Sky Supreme card. You only qualify for one of those when you have a minimum of $30 million in your account. He's not a poor loser, but a multimillionaire. Who told you to scold him just now? Now what can you do? Jake was rattled and suddenly quite shy. Oh! Miriam was surprised, and her heart skipped a beat. How could she have guessed that Alex would have millions of dollars to his name? She was deeply worried when she thought about how rude she had been to him just now. When she saw Jake looking at her reproachfully, she said in a low voice, Why are you looking at me like that? How could I have known that he had so much money? Jake stared at her. He stealthily glanced at Alex. Seeing that he wasn't looking, Jake quietly pulled on Miriam's sleeve and signaled to her to leave quietly with him. They walked away cautiously as if they were thieves to avoid attracting Alex's attention. But Alex wasn't blind. He didn't know what they were doing. He just didn't want to argue with them. There's no need to tell me anything more. I'll just take the room, Alex said to the receptionist. Okay, I'll set it up for you right now. The lady took Alex's card and began to swipe it. She suddenly raised her head and said, Sir, your card can't be used. Alex was shocked, as were Miriam and Jake, who were still within hearing distance. Could you please try it again? Alex remembered that he had used the card that very afternoon to pay $100 to the man who had been bothering the pancake girl. and it had worked just fine. Really, sir, I've tried it 3 times. Your card just can't be used. It shows that your account has been frozen. The front desk lady put the bank card on the counter. Do you have any other cards I can run through? Just a moment. Alex had no other cards. He took out his cell phone to call the manager of Metro Sky to ask what was going on. Seeing that Alex's card was useless, Miriam and Jake looked at each other and stopped walking away. Hello, manager. What's wrong with my card? Oh, Mr. Ambrose, I'm really sorry. 2 hours ago, I received a message from your family asking for all your funds to be frozen, so... Robert Miller said in a conversational tone. Alex was puzzled. He couldn't understand why his family had frozen his account again. Do you want a room, sir? Asked the receptionist. Please wait a moment, Alex replied politely. He was just about to call Ken Stokes to ask what was going on when he received a call from Ken. Mr. Ambrose, your family's not happy with the large-scale use of family resources to search for Miss Debbie Stonehill. The family called and said that I should suspend the search for Miss Debbie. They also said that you shouldn't waste your time on useless things. That you should go back to New York to manage your business. They said that if you don't listen, you will not be able to use a cent of the family's assets. That's ridiculous. Looking for Debbie is the most important thing in the world to me. If that's how the family feels, let him feel that way. Alex gave a cold smile. Mr. Ambrose, please think about it carefully. If you continue to search for Miss Debbie in person, none of the family members, including me, will give you any help. If you come back here, although I can no longer use the full resources of the East Coast Division to help you find her, I can use 1/5 of the resources and the family will not say anything. That's better and more effective than you looking for Miss Debbie alone, Ken said. Well, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Stokes, but I still want to continue searching for Debbie myself, Alex said calmly. In that case, I hope you find her as soon as possible. Maybe in the future, when you call again, your subordinates might not answer the phone, Ken said with a sigh. Alex ended the call. Alex, how did your call go? Miriam had already walked back with Jake triumphantly. Although she couldn't understand the references to family and Debbie or anything, she knew that Alex couldn't pay the room fee. Alex rummaged through his backpack to see if there was any cash he could take out. But he went through it twice and found only about a couple of $100. He sighed and thought it would be better if he traveled with more cash on him. Well, miss, I'll not be staying here. Excuse me. Alex felt embarrassed as he put the card away in his bag. Didn't you just say that $4,000 or $5,000 meant nothing to you? That you had to stay in the most expensive presidential suite? Miriam said with a sneer. I thought he really had a Metro Sky Supreme card. It turned out to be a fake. He took out the card, even though he knew it couldn't be used. I was really surprised at his low IQ, Jake said, no longer flustered. Why are you still here if you haven't got money? Don't you think you should leave? Or do you really want the hotel security to come over and chase you out? Miriam said in a loud voice. Alex didn't want to quarrel with Miriam in the hotel. He put on his backpack. With Miriam and Jake sneering at him, he walked out of the Crown Hotel. Oh, he's finally left. As I tried to say before, that loser should develop a bit of self-awareness. How dare he come rushing in here pretending that he belonged? The receptionist by the entrance door muttered scornfully at Alex's departing figure. Out on the street, Alex realized that he would have to rely on his strengths to find Debbie. However, when he thought about how much time they'd been together, he knew he had to keep his spirits up. God would guide them to meet. Alex didn't feel that sad. Handsome boy, do you want to stay in our hotel? Out of nowhere, a woman came up to him holding a sign that said, Accommodations. Episode 170, Alex and the Pimp. Alex knew that he had less than $200 on him. He thought it would be a good idea to go with this woman and save some money. Okay, Alex nodded. Come with me, the woman said. Young man, your accent tells me you're not from around here. Have you come to Washington looking for work? She asked, leading him through the crowd. Alex was speechless. Why did everyone think he was a wage earner? What the hell, he decided, and answered, Yes. Do you have any friends or relatives here? No. Then you're very brave coming to Washington without any support. She looked back at him and laughed. By then, she was leading him through a badly lit street. Are we near? Alex suddenly felt a little uneasy. The place was so dark that it seemed dangerous. We're almost there. It's not a fancy place. We only charge $25 a night. You know, in the Crown Hotel opposite the railway station, they charge $2,000 or $3,000 a night. As soon as she looked at Alex's face, she knew what he was thinking. By the way, do you have money? A little, but not much. Alex refrained from asking her how much she had. Oh, are you afraid that I'll rob you of your money? She smiled. They were walking through an alley where 3 older women with heavy makeup were hanging out. They started teasing him. Handsome boy, are you coming to play? Hey you, do you like my sister? Hey cutie, how about coming into my house and doing some business? Even though Alex had no experience in that field, he knew that these women were hookers. Well, madam, I think we'll forget all about it. Thank you. Alex felt that the situation was not good and wanted to leave. Hey, you're scared. But I don't have these sorts of people around. My place only has serious guests. The woman took Alex by the hand. Okay, Alex nodded. The woman had already accompanied him from the train station area, and it didn't seem appropriate to turn his back on her. As long as she ran a serious place, he would stay there. They soon arrived, and he followed her in. He was surprised when he saw 5 or 6 women perched on a sofa by the door. They were all in their 20s or 30s and were dressed like the hookers they had walked past in the alley. It was a whorehouse. But you said... Alex looked at the woman. Oh, what's the matter? Although I have all this here, I didn't say I'd let you play. You just get a room for sleeping in. Give me your ID card. She prevaricated. No, I'd better find another place. I'm sorry. Alex didn't dare spend the night there. He was ready to leave. Well, young man, are you deliberately teasing me? I've come with you all the way from the train station. If you told me earlier that you wouldn't want to stay, I wouldn't have brought you, she said viciously with a smile and pointed in the direction of the station. It's not that I've changed my mind. It's that you didn't tell me the truth. I wouldn't feel comfortable staying here. I'm sorry, I'm going. Alex tried to leave, but she held onto his arm. Stinky boy, what's the matter? If you come in through my door, don't plan on just walking out. Finally, the woman was showing her true face. She called out, Hey, Bert, come out. There's someone who's trying to run away. Who dares run away? A man in his 40s came into the room. He was bald, nearly naked, with a big beer belly and a dragon tattooed on his chest. Alex was afraid that he had fallen into a den of thieves. Well, young man, you didn't think I told you the truth? Then I'll tell you the truth now, the woman said with a sneer. This is a brothel. If you come here to stay, you have to pick a beautiful woman to sleep with. They don't charge a lot. You just do as I tell you. Tomorrow morning, I'll let you leave safely without a word. Do you want money? I'll give you $100 and I'll leave. Is that all right? Alex didn't want to have anything more to do with these people, and he was willing to spend $100 to get out. No. You have to find a girl to sleep with you after you give me the money, or else you might go to the police station. If you go to the police should have cause to arrest you first. Alex was speechless. He didn't dare give her the money now. Young man, you've said that you were willing to give me $100 for nothing. So just play with one of these girls. Why not? Which one of them do you like? I promise they'll serve you well. The procuress winked at the prostitutes on the sofa, and they started flirting with him. Handsome boy, come on, don't be shy. I know what you're thinking. I promise that if you give me 1 minute, I'll make you turn into a beast. How about the 6 of us serve you together and make you emperor once again? How are you feeling, young man? You see, you've made my girls want to have a group encounter with you, so you better promise me. The procuress smiled at him. This has been done many times before. Don't be afraid. No, I'm not comfortable with this. I'm gonna leave, Alex said. The more he looked at the women on the sofa, the more disgusted he felt. Their frivolous words made Alex feel especially nauseous. He didn't want to stay there for a moment longer, so he pushed the woman aside, opened the door, and went out. Ouch! When Alex pushed the woman, he staggered and nearly fell down. Bert, quick, catch that boy! Her husband didn't expect Alex to be so stubborn. He spat and ran out of the house immediately and grabbed Alex's jacket. Do you want to start a fight with me? Will you stay here tonight or not? Bert asked him. Alex didn't feel afraid of him. He had destroyed 2 criminal gangs in New York, the Azure Dragon Society and the Flag Sect. This lady's husband seemed no more than a common gangster. I advise you to leave me alone right now, otherwise... Otherwise what? You're a poor working man. What do you think you're doing? Believe it or not, when I kill you, no one is going to come looking for you in Washington, the man said threateningly. Alex didn't need to talk to him anymore. His fists were clenched and ready to smash him in the nose. He was strong enough to deal with this middle-aged man. Let him go! Suddenly, a sharp rebuke rang out. Alex, the man and his wife, and the 6 prostitutes all looked in the direction of the sound. A small figure appeared in the dark alleyway. Seeing her face, Alex was shocked. It was Nellie, the girl he had met selling pancakes from a food truck. What are you doing screaming at me? Do you want me to slap you in the face? Bert yelled at her. Let him go! Nellie ignored the pimp's insult. Her attention was on Alex. Bert, don't pay any mind to the ugly girl. Take this boy into the house, the procuress said. You stinky woman, Nellie shouted at her. Girl, do you want to die? The pimp said, and several of the girls around him also began to scold her. Look at your clumsy appearance. How do you dare go out and face people? Not only are you ugly, but you stink. Go find yourself a boyfriend to talk to. If you don't outgrow your looks, you're not even going to be able to go shopping without scaring everyone you meet. Nellie glared at them fiercely, then snorted, and then looked at the lady's husband. Let him go, or I'll report you to the police. If you dare report me, I'll kill you, Bert cried out. So what are you waiting for? Girl, you don't want to live, do you? The procuress rolled up her sleeves and strode over to Nellie. She raised her hand and slapped her on the face and on the side of her head. Do you still want to call the police? Before Alex had a chance to react, Nellie spoke again. I'll call the newspaper. She raised her head. Her face was blushed, but there was no fear in her eyes. Not only do you run a prostitution ring, but you've added the crime of beating someone. I doubt you'll be able to escape the police net. You bitch! The procuress raised her hand and was ready to strike again. Let's fight. I'm telling you, if you don't manage to beat me to a pulp, I'll call the police when I get away. I won't give up without suing you. Do you think I'm afraid of them? How do you think I could be working here for such a long time if I were afraid of the police? The procuress roared. The group of prostitutes gathered around her. So, you're not afraid of the police? prostitution is forbidden by the state, you know. How strong is your protection? Nellie asked. This is all I have to say. If you don't let him go, I'll report you at the police station. And I want to add that if the police come, you will not be the only one to have bad luck. All the people on this street will be taken away with you. Nellie was proving to be quite fearless. The procuress glanced at her husband, who looked embarrassed. She didn't know how to end this situation. Bert, let the boy go. Don't ruin the business of the whole street. We're all the same here. We rely on the railway station, which brings in many people, Bert said. Nellie was determined to save Alex. Other prostitutes who had gathered around here were afraid that their business would be implicated, and they also began to persuade the lady and her husband to let him go. Bert bit his lips, sighed deeply, gave Alex a hard shove, and pushed him away. Go away, and never come back here again. Let's go back inside, the pimp said to the girls. He had never witnessed such an ugly scene in his neighborhood, and he was afraid that the stubborn girl really would report them. Although the madam had no choice but to give up on Alex, she pointed at Nellie and said, If the police come, I'll seek you out and break your leg. Episode 171, Give Me a Pancake. When the madam of the whorehouse and the rest of the group all went back, only Alex and Nellie were left in the alley. Thank you, Alex said to Nellie, as he was deeply grateful for her performance just then. She stared at him and her lips tightened. She raised her hand and prepared to hit him in the face, but he quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. Why are you beating me? Alex asked with surprise. I've just been slapped twice by that stinky woman, so I'll slap you in the face twice too. Let go of me. She tried to pull her hand back, but he didn't let go. She hit you, so you want to hit me? This is too much, he said innocently. I was beaten because I saved you. I hate being bullied because of you. Because of you, I was beaten by that smelly woman. If I don't hit you, who will? Let go. She shook her hand vigorously. He noticed her embarrassment. It seemed that if he didn't give her a fight, she wouldn't be happy. You want to fight? He let go of her, stood in place, and closed his eyes. She didn't show any mercy and slapped him twice. You're so cruel. He rubbed his beaten face and looked at her. He said, Why do you want to beat me at all? Have you never heard of this saying about suffering a loss can turn into a blessing? I can't suffer losses. I don't want to be bullied. I've been bullied enough, so I try not to let others bully me, but I'm still... She couldn't help but become emotional as the tears rolled down her cheeks. She lowered her head. Are you all right? He didn't expect that his simple sentence would make her cry. He was overcome with shame and pain. What's wrong with me? I won't cry then. I'll laugh when I'm ridiculed by you bad guys. She raised her head and laughed twice, but her eyes were still watery, which made her look so sad. What do you mean by that look? Look at me like that again and I'll gouge your eyes out, she said as she glared at Alex. Suddenly, she smiled. This afternoon, I didn't mean to be offensive by saying that $100 is a small amount of money for you. How come a rich person like you has to come and live in this kind of place? I have a problem, he said, laughing. He wanted to explain it, but it would be pointless. You'll blow it, she said with a smile. How come you were in this neighborhood? He asked with curiosity. I came to the train station to find people to work for me. I didn't expect to see you outside the whorehouse, you little loser. Because you helped me out this afternoon, I've helped you back. But I didn't expect to get slapped in the face for you. I knew I shouldn't have come here, she said. Thank you again. Are you really a pancake seller? he asked, looking puzzled. Are you not convinced that I sell pancakes? She said as she pursed her lips. As she saw him smile apologetically, she added, I bought a food truck by myself, which I use to sell mostly soft drinks, ice cream, burgers, hot dogs, and pancakes. I can't do it all alone. I came to the station to see if there's anyone who's come looking for work in Washington. Oh, he nodded. But there should be few people willing to do this job. I think you're quite suitable for the job. You can come with me. She stared at him and said, I've helped you so much. What's wrong with the idea of you working for me? Would you like to work with me? He looked at her for a moment. It must be hard for her to sell pancakes, he thought. He couldn't bear to refuse to help her. I'll first listen to your working conditions. I'll pay you $300 at the end of the month, and you can have some pancakes to eat during the day, she said happily. Really? The pay sounds okay at $300, he said. Can a pancake seller like Nellie make this? He wondered. It's not bad work. I can make a living with my food truck. Plus, I get to have pancakes and burgers to eat. You can watch the truck for me. In the end, Alex agreed to help Nellie sell food. Now that he had no financial resources, he had to find a job. She also said that her food truck had to be driven all over Washington, D.C., which would also help him in his search for Debbie. That night, she took him back to her place. He didn't stay in the food truck, but rented a room for $125. The next day, Alex drove the food truck with Nellie to sell food in different parts of the city. The truck operated as a small shop. She was responsible for cooking as well as buying milk, eggs, and other staples. Alex was responsible for selling the food and drinks from the shelves of the truck. Their daily business was good, with earnings of $50 to $60 per day. One day, Alex noticed that the bracelet on his left wrist was moving. Grandma in New York was contacting him. His index finger swayed left and right 3 times, which meant that he hadn't sent her a chicken. Grandma knew that he had left without her permission, and she was angry. Alex felt that if he continued wearing the bracelet, he would feel confused, so he simply took it off and put it in his pocket. His finger was suddenly yanked again, and when he looked down at it, he saw that some of his skin had been scratched. Over the next 10 days, Alex and Nellie continued working together, and their relationship grew closer. However, he had not found any news about Debbie. One day, Alex and Nellie stopped at Tilly Square with the food truck. After the morning rush hour, the number of customers gradually decreased. He told her that he was going to go for a walk. She knew that he was going to go and look for his girlfriend. So she told him that if he wasn't back by noon, she would deduct $75 from his wages. Looking at him from a distance, she sighed, sat in the food truck, and watched television. When it was nearly 11:30, she was still absorbed with the television show when she heard a voice in front of her. Hey, ugly girl, make me 2 pancakes. Her heart caught on fire. She looked up and saw a man and a woman standing in front of her. The woman was dressed casually in white clothes and wore sunglasses and a brown sun hat. The tall, strong man was dressed in black and looked like a gym coach. What are you looking at? I'm starving, the man yelled at her. Honey, do you think she looks clean? The woman in white muttered. There's nowhere else to eat in this rundown square. Let's buy some food to cushion our stomachs. Don't worry, if she dares to make unsanitary food, I'll damage her truck, the man said, as he put his arms around the woman's waist. Nellie looked at them angrily, and then quickly made the pancakes. She handed them to the couple and said, That'll be $5. I'll pay you next time, the man said and turned to leave with the woman. I have a small business here. You'd better pay it now, Nellie said politely, suppressing her anger. Don't you see that I'm playing a game? Are you really going to lose that much money because of your 2 lousy pancakes? The man said. The woman was ready to leave. Nellie's face turned red. She called out, "Wait a minute! I forgot to add onion to your pancakes. I'll add it now." "Dear, you forgot how to make pancakes? You really are a genius." The couple returned and handed the pancakes back to her. They looked at their phones and nodded up at Nellie. "This time they'll be okay." 2 minutes later, she gave them back to the man who cursed and walked away with the woman. Nellie took out her phone and called Alex. "Where are you? You need to come back right away. I want to go." "Ah, you want to go?" Alex was very puzzled. Previously, each time they had stopped at a place, they had stayed there for the whole day. Why was she changing her routine? Since half the day had gone by anyway, he agreed and began walking back to the truck. As he went across a lawn with a sprinkler, Alex accidentally stepped into some mud and slipped. Half of his body was covered in mud, but he couldn't deal with the mess because he had to go back. Nellie had packed up the food truck, and she was waiting for Alex to return so they could leave. She stood outside looking around anxiously for him, but she couldn't see him. Instead, she saw the man in black and the woman in white coming toward her. She was startled. She had taken the couple's pancakes and squeezed in some shoe polish from a tube as revenge for abusing her and not paying what they owed. She had thought she could leave before they found out, but they had returned too soon. "You're so ugly that you don't want to live, right?" said the man. They had already walked up to Nellie. Their lips were stained black with shoe polish. "What do you want? Don't move or I'll call someone." Nellie stared at the man, fearing that he might hit her. He was talking nonsense and sounded frightening. "Ugly girl, do you have someone to help you? You should call your relatives and friends so I can beat you up in front of them. Don't you believe me?" the man said to Nellie with a mouth full of shoe polish. "Honey, don't hit her. Look, this is the polish. You should make her eat it." The woman had found the shoe polish in the food truck and walked toward the man. "I'll grab her mouth and you squeeze it in," he said. "If you don't swallow this whole tube of shoe polish, I'll see that you don't leave here alive," he told Nellie. The man grabbed her mouth from behind and forced it open. Nellie was crying, but it didn't stop them. The man sneered at the woman and said, "Honey, let's start to squeeze it out. Make sure you choke her half to death." "Good." The woman put the tube in Nellie's mouth and squeezed it in little by little. "Ugly girl, it's like eating bird poop, isn't it?" When the shoe polish slowly squirted into her mouth, Nellie gesticulated violently, raised a foot, and kicked the woman in the abdomen. The woman screamed and fell to the ground. The man let go of Nellie and went to help the woman. Episode 172, A Fight Breaks Out. "She's killing me, Hunter! Kill that ugly monster for me!" The woman in white yelled angrily to the man in black as Nellie gave her a hard kick in the abdomen. "Stand up, my dear, I'll help you." He helped up the woman and turned to Nellie with a cold face. He walked up to her with clenched fists. "My friends are coming soon. There are so many of them that you won't know how to fight them all. You should go." Nellie retreated slowly. She would have run away, but her food truck was still there. "I'll beat you into a concussion first, until you're on the ground. I'll pour more shoe polish into your mouth," he said as he raised his big fist and was about to hit Nellie on the head. "Alex, come quickly," Nellie cried out in horror as she saw him in the distance. "What are you doing?" Alex saw a man preparing to fight Nellie. He ran quickly to help her. "Oh." Hunter looked back at Alex. Alex had already reached Nellie and pulled her behind him. He gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid." "Are you her boyfriend?" Hunter asked with a sneer. He looked at Nellie, who was hiding behind Alex. "You look ugly, just like a loser, like him." Look at his dirty clothes. He's like a beggar. Seeing Alex covered in mud, Hunter didn't care about him at all. I see a loser and an ugly monster. If you get married, your children will be ugly and lousy. The woman sneered as her pain lessened. We aren't lovers. You shouldn't say such nonsense. What did she do wrong? Do you really feel you need to beat her up? Alex, whose mind had been on Debbie, wanted to make sure there were no misunderstandings. He wanted to solve this situation as soon as possible. Hey, ugly girl. Ugly girl, do you hear me? Even this little loser doesn't think highly of you. I think you're going to be single all your life, sneered the woman. You be quiet. Alex couldn't help but glance at Nellie and saw a painful look in her eyes. He knew that the woman's words had hurt her self-esteem. Loser, this ugly girl put shoe polish in her pancakes. She's in big trouble, so get out of the way and stop meddling, Hunter said. When Hunter finished speaking, Alex grasped Nellie behind him more tightly, and his heart softened. Sir, we were wrong about this matter. I'll apologize on her behalf, and I'll compensate you with $150. Let's forget everything that happened today. What do you think? Alex guessed that it must have been something the other party had said that had infuriated Nellie. She would have reacted in that way, but it would be better to resolve the problem if he could. I'm from the Marvel family. Do you think I care about your money? Hearing that Alex was still protecting Nellie, Hunter became angry. He said rudely, I'm a bodyguard. I usually practice in the fight hall. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you don't get out of the way, I'll beat you both. Young man, don't try to be brave. He's quite an expert in martial arts. If he beats you, it's not going to be fun, said the woman. 3, 2... Hunter gritted his teeth and started to count down. Alex just stood in front of him and looked at him quietly. 1, exclaimed the man. I'll get you. He roared violently and raised his hand to punch Alex. Alex looked at Hunter's fist and wanted to dodge to the side. He unexpectedly felt a force behind him that pushed him aside. Ouch! It was Nellie who had pushed Alex away. Since the target of Hunter's attack had been pushed out of his path, he had nothing to hit. Nellie kicked him in the lower part of his body. He bent down and howled bitterly. Run! Nellie took the opportunity to rush over to Alex and pull him away. She thought he was a useless student. If Hunter had beaten him up, he would be in the hospital for many days, so she had pushed him to safety and kicked Hunter. Don't you want to protect your food truck? Alex asked. The truck might be smashed by Hunter. Nellie's life wasn't easy. If the truck was damaged, what would she do for a living? No, just run, Nellie yelled to Alex. Damn you, I see where you're going. Hunter, get it quickly. I've caught these 2 dogs. Unexpectedly, the woman, who had sharp reflexes, had grabbed Alex and Nellie. You ugly girl. Hunter had already straightened up and rushed over to her. Dear, wherever you've kicked me, I'll kick you too. I'll make it so you can't have children. Hunter grabbed Nellie's shoulders with both hands and lifted his knee fiercely to kick her. Ah! He had Nellie in a locked grip with her body leaning downward. When she saw that his knee was about to hit her, her heart almost jumped out of her chest, and she closed her eyes. Suddenly, Hunter saw a shadow on his right side. He turned his head and saw a foot coming toward him. He was kicked in the side and couldn't control his balance, so he fell over. Nellie opened her eyes and was surprised to see that it was Alex who had kicked him. Alex pulled her to his side and warily watched Hunter as he lay on the ground. If you dare attack me, I'll get you first, and then I'll get the ugly one. Hunter hadn't been beaten like this before, and he was getting angrier. He felt that he had been attacked by surprise. "Stop it. I don't want to fight you. I have something to say." Alex frowned and looked at him. He knew that the more he fought, the more complicated the situation would become. But Hunter attacked again, using one of his favorite martial arts techniques. He wanted to crush Alex quickly. In the blink of an eye, Hunter raised his fist, intending to smash it into Alex's face, and he laughed. "My fist will make your face swell, and the next blow will make you lose 4 front teeth." He was just thinking about his move when he received a blow to the chest. He felt a sharp pain and gasped. Before his fist even touched Alex, he staggered back a few steps and covered his chest. Although the pain was severe, he didn't want to lose face in front of Alex and Nellie. He was stunned. Alex had just hit Hunter's chest with his elbow. He usually didn't like to fight, but that didn't mean that he couldn't fight. That time when he had saved Kelly Phillips on the street, he alone had knocked over several people with the car. Hunter's skills wouldn't be able to subdue him. Hunter felt that Alex wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Maybe he wasn't the right opponent for him? He was already feeling timid. He was an arrogant man, and if he left like this, his reputation would be in tatters. "Hey, if you pay me $300, I'll go." Hunter also wanted to find a way out for himself, but Alex raised his hand, and with a whoosh sound, a bunch of Hunter's hair fell off. Hunter touched his head and took a blade out from his hair. He was shocked. "If you don't leave, I won't mind slashing your eye too," Alex said faintly, holding a blade between his fingers. "You did this to me?" Hunter went numb as he was scared out of his mind. He quickly said, Yes, I'll go now. I'll go now." He walked to the woman and started pulling her away. "Oh, what's the matter with you? Now you're so scared of him? That ugly guy kicked me, and you haven't got him back yet for it. Where are you going? Go and beat up that bitch and that man for me." The woman had not seen Alex's flying blades. There was another whoosh sound, and part of the woman's sun hat was seared off by a blade. She was scared and sweating, so Hunter no longer needed to convince her to leave. She ran to him in her high-heeled shoes and said, "Hunter, what are you still doing here? Let's go." Seeing them disappear, Alex turned his head to ask Nellie if she was hurt. Before he could say anything, he saw that she was staring at him with a smile. He was embarrassed by her gaze and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "I didn't expect you to be so good at defending yourself. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't have to be afraid of those 2 bastards." Nellie's tone sounded like a reproach. "You've never asked me. What can I tell you?" Seeing her manner, he knew that she had not been hurt. His heart was wide open. He thought it was very funny when he heard her question. "Well, don't you blame me for not asking, right? Now tell me about all the things I haven't asked you so that you won't get into trouble next time," she said rudely. "Damn it, you're too overbearing. It's private, so how can I tell you?" Alex said. "I'm overbearing? What's the matter with you? You're not going to tell me? Well, in that case, I'll deduct from your salary. I'll deduct $30 first," she said, doing things in her unruly way. "Okay, I'll tell you. I've told you things before." Alex was speechless. He knew that she had strong self-esteem and couldn't be bullied. Who in this society would get used to her bad temper? "You like money. As soon as I said that I'll deduct money, you changed your tune. You're hardly shy. Let's get back to work in the food truck first. If I lose money, I'll deduct that from your salary too," she said. Alex shook his head helplessly. He reopened the food truck with Nellie and started up her business again. Episode 173, What's in the Pancake? 3 days later, Alex and Nellie drove the food truck to the Todd Mountain Scenic Area. Lately, folk activities were held there, which attracted many tourists. She had thought that it would be a good business place. Nellie, like the other sellers, first had to apply for a temporary business license. She then drove into the area with the food truck and stopped at a small square. Since people had started arriving at 8 in the morning, her business was doing very well. By 10 o'clock, she had not stopped making pancakes. While Alex and Nellie were busy with the food truck, our Mercedes pulled up to the gate of the scenic area. Several people stepped out of the car. One of them was Hunter, who had been scared to death by Alex in Tilly Square a few days earlier. Hunter was followed by 2 young girls. One of the girls was Lindsay Marvel, who had been assaulted by Philip Geller at the Lawrence Heights apartment in New York. Lindsay looked lovely in a khaki one-piece suit with a pair of pale pink sandals. The other girl looked like she was 2 or 3 years older. She was wearing a copper green dress and a pair of white mesh shoes. With her shoulder-length hair, her style looked different from Lindsay's, but she was just as beautiful. "Sister, this is Todd Mountain. The scenery here is very nice. When I was a child, I especially liked it when my father brought me here. It's even more wonderful to hear that there are folk performances today. Let's go and have a look together." Lindsay smiled and took the other girl by the hand. The girl in green nodded and said that Hunter had already bought tickets. Lindsay took the girl past the ticket office and entered through the gates to the scenic area. Hunter and his wife followed them. They were their bodyguards. "Can you see how high Todd Mountain is? There are streams, waterfalls, and all kinds of flowers on the mountain. It's very beautiful," Lindsay said to the girl in green as she pointed to the distant mountain. "Oh, it smells good. It smells like pancakes," Lindsay said as she sniffed the air. She looked around and saw a lot of tourists in front of a food truck. There seemed to be 2 people running the truck. One was making pancakes, and the other was taking drink orders from the tourists. But she couldn't see much of anything, as she was still quite far away, and there were many people around the front of the truck. "I'd like to buy one too, but there are too many people." Lindsay sighed and put her arm around the girl in green. "Let's go on ahead." The 2 girls walked forward. Alex handed a soft drink to a tourist. He looked at the people around him as he had a feeling that something was wrong. "Hey, don't you see that someone's asking for pancakes?" Nellie reminded him, which brought his attention back. After 2 hours of touring the mountain, Lindsay and the girl in green were tired. They sat on a rock beside the mountain path to rest. Hunter took out the food that had been prepared for the 2 girls, which consisted of sandwiches and other snacks. "I don't want to eat this." Lindsay took the sandwich, but she didn't have much of an appetite. She set it down, looked at Hunter, and asked, "Can you help me buy a pancake? I'd like a pancake instead." "All right, I'll go right now. You wait here," he agreed. He had been hired by the Marvel family to protect the 2 sisters, and he had to take on the responsibility of assisting them. When someone from the family asked him for something, how could he refuse? He said to the other bodyguard, Shania, "Look after the 2 girls. I'm going to go buy pancakes." He turned to the girl in green and asked her, "Do you want one too?" "I'll just have my sandwich," she said with a smile as she shook her head. With that, Hunter walked to the scenic area by himself. They were almost a mile away from the entrance. There was a large platform where folk activities were carried out. It attracted a lot of tourists. It also had more security personnel to maintain order. When he arrived, Hunter spotted a man in uniform who looked familiar. He smiled and walked over to him. "Felix," he called out. "Hunter, what are you doing here?" Felix recognized Hunter right away. Felix and Hunter were old acquaintances. Now in their 30s, they both worked in security.
When they were young, they had met through gambling. They had engaged in fraud, whoring, fighting, and robbery together. It could be said that they shared a dark past. Later, they realized that this kind of illegal activity wasn't a long-term business. They had signed up for a fight club together, but after the semester was over, they went their separate ways and lost contact. They hadn't expected to meet again at Todd Mountain after one had become a bodyguard for the Marvel family and the other had become the chief of security section for the Todd Mountain scenic area. "You've done well for yourself. You've become the chief of the security section. You're much more important than I am with my little bodyguard role." Hunter patted Felix on the shoulder. "Damn it, Hunter, you don't need to use sarcasm. Everybody knows that the Marvel family is one of the top 5 families in Washington, D.C. You serve as a bodyguard for Miss Marvel's family. Your status is much better than mine. Hey, if you want to change positions, I'll give you my small section chief role, and you give me the bodyguard position with the Marvels," said Felix. Felix wondered if he could also work as a bodyguard for the Marvels. His friend's salary must be at least $80,000 a year. As a small section chief, all he earned was $25,000 a year, which was far less than Hunter. He considered himself quite poor. After Felix mentioned swapping positions, Hunter just laughed obscenely. "You're buying pancakes for Miss Marvel, right? Let's go. I'll go with you, and we'll talk about our old friendship," Felix volunteered. He wanted to ask Hunter whether he could work for the Marvel family. "Let's take a patrol car to save you from walking." Felix called a security guard to drive the patrol car. The two old friends got into the vehicle and headed for the entrance. In the car, Felix inquired about the Marvel family's news. Although Hunter listened to Felix's intention of getting employment with the Marvels, he pretended to be confused and gave his friend a slap in the face. "Okay, I'll buy pancakes for my young lady and we'll talk later." The patrol car quickly arrived at the square's gate. Hunter got out and walked toward the food truck. Alex and Nellie were busy working. There were only 3 or 4 people standing in front of the food truck. Hunter saw the small crowd, and when he arrived, he looked at the truck. Washington was full of such food trucks, so he didn't expect that the people inside it would be Alex and Nellie. When he spotted them, he remembered that a few days ago in Tilly Square, Alex had a flying blade that had cut off some of his hair. He quickly turned around and walked stiffly back to the patrol car with a sigh of relief. "What's the matter with you? Why did you walk partway there, turn around, and come back again?" Felix was puzzled. "You don't have to worry about it. By the way, aren't you the chief of security around here? Except for the administrative affairs, I manage all the affairs in the scenic area. But my life around here is quite carefree. The other day, my team members found a cell phone that a female tourist had lost. I handed it back to her in the office, but I couldn't speak her language. So I just said hello to her and fooled her into having an in-depth communication with me in the office, on the desk." Felix didn't want to be looked down by Hunter, so he tried to boast about himself. "Right on." Hunter gave Felix a thumbs up, and then pointed in the direction of the food truck. "Don't you want to work at the Marvel House? Now here's your chance to get in. I think those people over there are no good, so you can teach them a lesson. If I'm satisfied, I'll go back and talk to the Marvels. I'll let you know if a job opportunity comes up." "Okay, if that's what you say." Felix was very happy to hear about this opportunity. He looked at Alex and Nellie in the nearby food truck, and his eyes showed a trace of ruthlessness. "I'm the boss around here, and it's not a trivial thing to have 2 people here who might be up to no good." Felix got out of the car. "Hello, can I have a pancake?" As soon as Nellie was ready to have a rest, another customer walked up. She saw that he was a small security guard, so she stood up again, scooped up some dough, and began to spread out the pancake. Soon she had made it. When the security guard paid for it, Nellie handed him the pancake, and he walked away. "Alex, I'm tired. Rub my shoulders.
Nellie called out as she sat in the chair. Well, my goodness, he sighed. The more familiar their relationship became, the less polite she was to him. She often asked for a massage when she was tired. However, Alex recognized that she did have a hard life making pancakes every day, and she'd been washing his clothes, so he was willing to give her a massage. Just then, the security guard came back. He put his hand in front of Nellie and said angrily, "Hey, look what's in my pancake. Flies! How did you make these pancakes?" Alex and Nellie were surprised as they looked at the green fly in his hand that was still moving around. "Are you talking nonsense? I made the pancake. There were no flies in it when I gave it to you. Don't be so angry with me," Nellie said aloud. "Damn, there are flies in the pancakes and you're so arrogant. Let's have a look and see how hygienic your food truck is. I just ate flies out of this pancake, and now you say that I'm talking nonsense?" The security guard began to shout, and a lot of tourists quickly gathered around the truck. Other security guards also went over. Naturally, the tourists were on the security guard's side and began to accuse Alex and Nellie of being unsanitary. "How do you make the pancakes? If you can't do it right, you shouldn't do it at all. This isn't good enough to eat. It could make us sick." Alex and Nellie said nothing to the tourists. "What's the matter?" The security guard, who had gone away for a moment, returned, leading a tall man with a serious face. After listening to the security guard, Felix looked at Alex and said, "The pancakes you made are not up to standard. Now we have to impound your food truck temporarily to check whether the other products in the truck are safe. You step out so we can drive the truck away." Episode 174, Surrounded by Security. "What are you doing?" As soon as Nellie heard that the chief security guard wanted to impound her food truck, her blood surged. She was ready to scold him, but Alex stopped her. "You're the chief of the security section. You don't know if the fly flew in when we made the pancake or later. You shouldn't be so arbitrary. And you want to temporarily impound our truck? I don't think you have the right to do this." Alex saw the identification tag on Felix's jacket and felt he was acting inappropriately. "Don't talk to me about this or that. Since you're creating problems here, I have the right to tell you what to do. I'll tell you for the last time to get out of the truck right now. Don't play with me or there will be consequences," Felix threatened. He was just a humble man and he wasn't that familiar with the law. But Hunter had told him that as long as he dealt with Alex and Nellie, he would help him get a job with the Marvel family. So Felix set out to find fault with them. If they impounded the truck, they could delay returning it for any number of reasons, or they could even smash it up. The other party was just pancake sellers. How much trouble could they make? Alex was surprised that Felix was such an unreasonable person. "Hey, I can see that you're trying to seize our food truck, aren't you?" Nellie angrily pointed at Felix and said, "I think it was you who sent the security guard over to get a pancake. You're clearly trying to embarrass us. You're playing with hypocrisy here, which makes me want to spit out my breakfast." "You ugly girl. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" When Felix was confronted like this, he got really angry. Addressing the 6 security guards standing next to him, he said, "What are you doing standing there in a daze? Get them out of that truck and drive it away." The 6 security guards went to the food truck, opened the side door, and rushed in to grab Alex and Nellie. Alex's eyebrows shot up, and he didn't know what to do. "Go away! Bad security!" When the security guards rushed in, Nellie kicked the closest one, who then fell to the ground. "Damn it!" A security guard at the back grabbed Nellie's foot and tried to drag her out, almost spraining her ankle. "Ah!" she screamed as she was yanked out of the food truck. "Smelly woman, you just kicked me. I'll get you." The security guard that she had kicked stood up to kick her in the leg. But before he could lift his leg, he was hit hard in the nose. Before he had a chance to check his injury, he got kicked in the abdomen, and it felt like his stomach was about to burst. Alex also kicked the security guard who was holding Nellie's foot. The man screamed and let go of her. Alex pulled her away and stood in front of her to protect her. "Get him! Use the tasers!" Felix angrily shouted to several of the other security guards, who ran to the nearby duty room and grabbed some shields. He called for 3 more guards at the same time. A total of 9 security guards brandishing tasers and batons slowly approached Alex step by step. Alex didn't mean to start a fight with them, because he knew that the matter would only become more and more complicated and disadvantageous to them. However, he no longer had the right to use his family's powers. It was becoming really difficult to solve the problems that he encountered. "Please put down your weapons. We won't move," said Alex, who was still keeping Nellie behind him. He was thinking that he would later find a police officer to help get the food truck back after the security guards left. However, the guards surrounded Alex and Nellie, who stopped moving as they huddled together. Nellie had never been so close to a man. For a moment, her attention couldn't help but turn toward Alex, who was standing so close in front of her. She could feel the warmth of his broad back. She could see the black hairs on the back of his neck, which made her feel warm and also shy. "Hey, are you two making trouble again?" Felix said with a proud smile. He looked at the tourists surrounding them and said, "Look at these 2 dodgy vendors. There were flies in our pancakes, but they refused to admit it. They also beat up our security personnel just now. If you see these 2 in other places, you must not buy their food. It's not sanitary. Really, look at that woman and how ugly she is. I think she looks like a fly. Although the man looks okay, he seems like a loser in those clothes. He has no money for a proper girlfriend, so he has to be with this ugly monster. Neither of them is any good, so send them to the police station." The tourists didn't know the whole story of what had taken place, so they all sided with Felix. "This pair of dogs should have been taken care of a long time ago," a man who came from a distance said in a loud voice. Alex and Nellie saw that it was Hunter, who had been causing them problems in Tilly Square a few days ago. When he saw him walk up to Felix, they understood at once what was going on. If someone eats a fly out of a pancake, your response is to say that someone else framed you? Is there anyone more shameless than you in the world? Seeing that Alex and Nellie were under control, Hunter leisurely walked over and ridiculed Alex. "So, you colluded with the chief of the security section to frame us, and you have the face to say that we did it. It seems that you were beaten up too lightly the last time." When Alex saw Hunter swagger over, he couldn't help but curse. "What a shame, don't you think?" Hunter went up to Alex and slapped him twice in the mouth. Alex was stuck in place by the surrounding security guards and couldn't move. Hunter was very happy. Seeing Hunter's satisfaction, Felix was relieved. It looked like he might be able to get into the Marvel family. "You go and drive the food truck away. The 4 of you, get these 2 out of here," Felix commanded his men. Several security guards were preparing to perform their respective duties when a puzzled voice came from the crowd. "What's going on here? Why are there so many people?" Hearing the voice, Hunter panicked. He recognized it as Lindsay's and knew that she was kind-hearted. If she found out that he had framed the pancake sellers, she would be angry with him. He quickly considered his predicament. According to his version of the events, it was a fact that there had been a fly in a pancake from this stand. Besides, he wasn't the one who had first approached the food truck. How could Lindsay blame him? Lindsay squeezed through the crowd that surrounded Alex and Nellie. Alex was surprised to see that who had appeared was Lindsay, whom he had rescued in the Lawrence Heights building. She looked beautiful, and her one-piece suit vividly outlined her delicate figure. Remembering that Lindsay had tried to kiss him on the day that he had saved her, he couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. "What's going on?" Lindsay first glanced at Hunter. "Miss, the pancakes they made were not hygienic. Some people found flies in them just now. Moreover, these two people were not honest at all and beat up people. This isn't allowed by the Chief of Security section here," Hunter explained. But when she saw that the person surrounded by the guards was Alex, she smiled. She stopped listening to Hunter and walked over to him. "It's you!" Lindsay could hardly believe her eyes. Alex smiled faintly, but he was embarrassed. "Let Miss Marvel see them," Felix said to the security guards. He was still looking forward to working for the Marvels, so he didn't dare ignore Lindsay. Several security guards stepped aside and let her walk up to Alex. "You've come to Washington. Are you looking for me?" She saw Alex's joy. As soon as she had said that, she felt that she had been too open about her feelings. She lowered her head slightly, trying to figure out what he was thinking. Alex didn't know what to say. He turned to look at Nellie and saw that she was staring back at him. He looked away, but he noticed that her eyes were twitching. He didn't know what Nellie was thinking. "I came to Washington to look for my girlfriend," Alex said to Lindsay after thinking for a few seconds. He felt that Lindsay seemed to like him a little bit too much, so he'd better set things straight as soon as possible. "Girlfriend?" Lindsay asked, as she raised her head and looked at him. Nellie was also moved. She had thought that the girlfriend Alex was looking for had been Lindsay, but now she realized that it wasn't this woman. She felt a trace of resentment. She looked at Alex and pinched his waist. "Ouch, you..." She had pinched him so hard that he frowned and glared at her, but she had turned away as if nothing had happened. However, there was a hint of a smile in the corner of her mouth. "They say your pancakes are full of flies." As soon as Lindsay said that, Nellie spoke up. "No way. I made the pancakes. There weren't any flies. It's because we offended that guy a few days ago." Nellie pointed to Hunter. "Today he colluded with this crappy section chief to deliberately come after us." "No, miss, don't listen to her. I've just arrived here. I don't know what she's talking about," Hunter said, while Felix was motionless and kept his mouth shut. "Well, Miss Marvel, one of our security guards bought a pancake from her," Felix finally tried to explain. He couldn't admit that he had framed Alex and Nellie, otherwise he would lose his chance of working for the family. And judging from the relationship between Lindsay and Alex, he might even lose his position as the chief of security of the Todd Mountain area. "You're just blowing smoke," Nellie said with a scowl as she pointed at Felix. Now that Lindsay was there, Felix didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. "Pay attention to your words. Washington is a civilized city. You're no good here," Felix said, and then he addressed the onlookers. "Just now we all saw that our security guard found flies in his pancake. Didn't you see it?" "Yes, I saw it. I saw it. It was so disgusting." "Nonsense. Where are the flies?" Nellie said aloud. "Well, you're still quibbling. Here, I've been holding it." The security guard who bought the pancake held it up in his hand and showed the green fly that was still moving. "Look, the fly in his hand is still alive. Think about it. If there had been a fly in the pancake when I made it, how would it have survived in the pan?" Nellie said aloud. Episode 175. Who's the girl in green? That's true. The fly would have been burned to death when she made the pancake. Yes, I didn't think of that before. We shouldn't blame them. The tourists were all making comments. You shouldn't confuse the public. It may be that you made the pancake and then a fly flew into it when you were wrapping it up. Felix felt that the situation was turning against him, and he was flustered. You're blowing smoke. Do you know how hot the pan that I use to make pancakes gets? People don't even want to get close to it. Do you think flies would come near it? Nellie rebutted. Yes, it does get very hot. Every time I buy pancakes, I always stand 6 feet away. Flies aren't that stupid. It's the security guards that framed this couple. The comments from the onlookers completely reversed, and they accused the security guards. Let me ask you, have you ever found a fly in a pancake? Lindsay asked the security guard. My name is Lindsay Marvel, and the Washington, D.C. Tonico Group belongs to my family. If you lie to me, the consequences will be very serious. When the crowd of onlookers heard the beautiful woman say that she was a member of the Marvel family, they looked at her with awe and admiration. They also found her quite fearsome. Lindsay was just trying to scare the security guard and make sure that Alex was treated fairly. She was usually a peaceful person and rarely got angry. The guard became very worried. His face turned red. They started shivering. Felix and Hunter were standing nervously beside him. They didn't know what to do. It's not my fault. The chief asked me to catch a fly and frame them. The security guard broke down and admitted it. The Tonico Group was well known in Washington. It wasn't a good idea to offend the Marvel family. Lindsay looked at Felix, and Felix's heart thumped and almost jumped out of his throat. It wasn't my idea. It was Hunter who asked me to do it. Yes, he ordered me to do it. Felix was also afraid of offending the Marvels. Lindsay shifted her attention toward Hunter. Hunter was flustered. He quickly approached Lindsay and apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Marvel. I just made such a stupid thing because I was so confused. Please don't be angry. Nellie sharply retorted. Miss Marvel, don't believe him. This man ordered pancakes from me in Tilly Square a few days ago. He refused to pay for them, and then he was going to beat us up. Fortunately, Alex was stronger than him. Otherwise, we'd be in the hospital now. Listening to Nellie expose his actions in front of Lindsay, Hunter felt like he was going to die. Hunter, is that true? Lindsay asked him. Hunter felt that his future was hanging from a thread. He didn't know what to say. He stammered. Well, in fact, there was a reason for everything. At that time, I felt she was playing games with me. She later put shoe polish in my pancakes. Needless to say, Lindsay said, interrupting Hunter, you must go back and tell my father to arrange a new job for you. Oh no, Miss Marvel, please forgive me this once. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Hunter pleaded with her and said in a panic that he didn't have a diploma or very much education. Apart from being a bodyguard, there was no other job he could do for the Marvel family. If he reported to her father that he'd been dismissed by Lindsay, what would they do with him? It would be questionable whether they would continue employing him. It's not me that you should be apologizing to, Lindsay said. Yes. Hunter went over to Alex and Nellie and anxiously said, I'm sorry. Please accept my apology. I'm a big fool. I deserve to eat shoe polish. Hunter scolded himself mercilessly in front of Alex and finally added, I've scolded myself hard enough. You two shouldn't still be angry with me. Hunter was just about to go on talking when he heard Nellie say, What? We shouldn't be angry anymore? How can you say this so easily? You just slapped Alex twice. Why should we help you now by not being angry anymore? As long as you two help me later, I'll let you slap me, Hunter said, extending his face in front of Alex. But Alex was no longer interested in playing along. Fight! Nellie looked at Hunter's face and her hands itched. Forget it, I don't want to fight anymore, said Alex. You are kind-hearted. I'd like to thank you for that. Hunter was overjoyed to hear that Alex didn't want to fight. How humiliating it would be if he were beaten up in front of so many people. He wanted to get his reputation back. You're such a fool. I think you deserve to be beaten up by this kind of guy, Nellie told Alex. She grabbed Hunter's ear with one hand and said bitterly, He won't dare beat me now. Just as she said that, she raised her other hand and slapped him twice in the face. Hunter felt the burning pain on his cheek. He wanted to hit Nellie with his backhand. However, when he thought that he would still ask Alex and Nellie to help him get his job back, he could only say that it was a good fight. Can you ask my lady for a favor? Hunter was smiling, and his face was red and swollen. You want us to intercede for you? Oh, you're so special, Nellie said with a proud smile as she stood there with her arms crossed. Oh, you. Hunter swallowed the dirty words that had already reached his throat and said, You've already slapped me in the face, and now you should help me. So, because I hit you, now you think I should help you? You shameless, rotten man, Nellie scoffed. Hunter wanted to punch her. He looked at Alex again. Miss Talent is Miss Marvel's friend. If he can speak up for me, Miss Marvel won't punish me, he thought. Sir, please help me beg for mercy, he implored Alex. He thought Alex would be good at pleading his case, but he didn't expect him to stand there and ignore his words. Alex was broad-minded, but it didn't mean that he was stupid. Hunter had a problem with his character, so Alex wouldn't help him. Well, Hunter, you don't have to say more. Just go back to my father, said Lindsay. There was nothing more that Hunter could do. He walked away feeling dejected. All he wanted now was to come up with something clever to say when he met with the Marvel boss. Now that the problem is solved, can you make me a pancake? Lindsay looked at Alex with a smile. I'll make it for you, Nellie replied. If it weren't for Lindsay, she and Alex would be miserable that day. Nellie looked at Alex and Lindsay, and she recognized that they were old acquaintances. She glanced at Alex again and went into the food truck to make the pancakes. Thank you. If it wasn't for you today, I really don't know what we would have done, Alex said to Lindsay with a faint smile. No. If it hadn't been for you the last time, maybe I... Lindsay abruptly stopped as she thought back to when she was nearly raped by Manager Geller at the Lawrence Heights building. It still felt like a nightmare to her. Thinking of Alex's incredible rescue that day, she smiled. I remember your kindness toward me, and I haven't forgotten it for a second. I'm very happy to see you again. She spoke shyly and timidly, like a young girl. Alex watched her and found her both naive and romantic. Miss Marvel, your pancakes are ready. Nellie picked them up and brought them to her. You should carry on sightseeing on the mountain. We're going to carry on working. She smiled at Lindsay and took Alex back into the food truck. Lindsay looked at them and sadly started walking away. Lindsay, did you get your pancakes? When they'd finished their meal and Lindsay hadn't yet returned, the girl in green and the other bodyguard, Shania, had gone looking for her. When Alex heard the girl in green's voice, he was stunned. He felt a burning heat in his chest, and his heart started pounding. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. "Hello, Alex. What are you looking at? Miss Marvel's beautiful. I can see that your eyes are flying out of your head. It's a shame." Nellie's words were full of jealousy. Alex didn't listen to what Nellie was saying to him. He saw the girl in green who had been talking. He was ecstatic and began to tremble. He could hardly believe what his eyes were telling him. But the girl in green wasn't the Debbie he was looking for. "Debbie!" Alex was overjoyed as he ran toward her. "What are you doing?" asked Shania. The bodyguard that was standing next to Debbie was surprised when she saw a young man rushing toward the young lady. When he passed her, she grabbed him and threw him to the ground. "What do you think you're doing?" Shania asked again as she immobilized him. "Shania, let go of him. He's a good man," Lindsay hurriedly said as she rushed back. "Debbie, I found you. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. Do you hate me in your heart?" Alex looked at the girl and kept repeating himself, hoping that she would forgive him. Debbie was startled by Alex's sudden appearance. She looked at him in horror as she was unable to understand his behavior. "Shania, let him stand up. He won't hurt my sister," Lindsay said. The bodyguard held Alex's hands and made him stand up. "What did you say? She's your sister?" Alex was shocked. "Yes, she's my sister, Leona Marvel, and not what you said, Debbie. You have the wrong person," Lindsay said in a puzzled way. "No way, you're mistaken." Alex looked at Debbie and pleaded, "I'm sorry, Debbie. It was my fault before. I should die. Please come back to me. I want to make up for my past mistakes. Can you give me another chance?" But Debbie didn't seem to understand what Alex was saying to her. He looked like a madman to her. "I'm sorry. I'm really not the Debbie that you're looking for. I'm Leona." "I guess the Debbie that you're looking for looks like me, does she?" Leona calmly asked with a smile. Episode 176, Doppelganger. Of course, Alex didn't believe her. How could he not recognize his own girlfriend? Although he couldn't figure out why she didn't seem to know him, he refused to give up. He said assertively, "Debbie, why don't you recognize me? I'm Alex." "Alex?" Leona looked surprised. She looked curiously at him as he blushed. She really couldn't remember ever meeting this young man before. He said, "Have you forgotten the day that we had vegetable risotto together at the edge of Ramsey Lake, and then you bought rotten fruits for me? Or when you tried to help me repay Mr. Morgan's money by going to work in that restaurant? Then do you remember we went for treatment together on Harmony Island, and then we came back and lived together in the villa? Have you forgotten all these things?" He was desperately trying to remind her of their life together. "I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any of that." She shook her head. She didn't understand why this strange man in front of her was acting as if he was in love with her. "Don't punish me like this, Debbie. I know I treated you badly. Are you punishing me because I didn't protect you? Beat me, yell at me, but please don't pretend to not know me. I really can't live without you," he begged her. He thought that she must be pretending not to know him. His heart felt like it was being cut in two. "I'm not pretending that I don't know you. I really don't remember you," Leona said. She was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable with this strange man. "Debbie, I beg you not to punish me anymore," Alex pleaded. Then he suddenly remembered the necklace that he had given her and that she had always regarded as a treasure. She had written about it many times in her diary and said that she would never take it off. He was positive that she would be wearing it right then. He said, "Actually, I have a way to prove that you're my girlfriend, Debbie. I gave you the necklace that you're wearing right now. Show it to me." "My necklace?" Leona was stunned. She reached under her top and pulled out the necklace that she always wore. Looking at Alex, she asked, "Did you buy this necklace for me?" Alex was surprised when he saw the necklace that she pulled out. Although it was a diamond necklace, it was square, and the one that he had given her was a diamond shape. Her bodyguards stared in wonder at Alex and said, "Hey, what are you talking about? Our boss bought that necklace for her. Are you trying to claim that you bought it?" "No way. It's impossible," Alex started to say. He thought to himself, "Debbie would never take off the necklace I gave her. Maybe this girl in front of me really isn't her." His heart was breaking with the terrible thought that he hadn't found her after all. "Miss Marvel, let's go. This guy's crazy." The bodyguard pushed Alex aside and went over to Leona. "Debbie, don't leave," Alex begged. He wasn't ready to give up on the idea that this girl could be Debbie, but Lindsay stood in front of him, blocking him from getting close to her. "Alex, calm down," she said. "My sister really isn't your girlfriend. I understand that you must miss your girlfriend terribly." She was concerned for Alex. She continued, "I'm going to take my sister home now. Take care of yourself and I'll come to check on you soon." Lindsay then took Leona's arm and led her out of the gate along with 2 bodyguards. One of the bodyguards was laughing. "Hey, it's so funny that guy was pretending to be Miss Marvel's boyfriend." The other said, "I reckon that he's been watching too much reality TV and thinking it's all true. He thought that if he pretended to be stupid, the rich lady would like him." "Yeah, but his acting skills were so bad. He must have thought we were all idiots to fall for that," replied the first one. Everyone watching assumed that Alex fancied Leona and was trying to get her to fall for him with his performance. They all looked at him with contempt, mumbled criticism, and then left. After Leona and Lindsay had gone, Alex was heartbroken. He stood where he was and cried, "Debbie! Debbie, don't you love me anymore?" Nellie suddenly approached him and said to him with a sneer, "You idiot! I thought you were poor but kind-hearted. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless scumbag." "I'm not," he replied angrily. "I wouldn't blame you, though. You saw that Miss Marvel is beautiful and that she's from a wealthy family. I'm not surprised you put on that little performance to try to win her over. Anyone would want to be part of that family if they could," she replied. "Nonsense. I'm sure that she really is my girlfriend. Anyway, I'm from a wealthy family myself. I don't need to trick myself into someone else's family," he retorted angrily. She still didn't believe him. She said, "You're crazy. Miss Marvel told you clearly that she doesn't know you at all. Yet you're still arguing about it, and now you're trying to tell me that you come from a super rich family yourself. If you can give me $5,000 right now, I might believe you. Go on, prove yourself." Alex didn't respond. Nellie sneered and said, "Ha! If you really were rich, it wouldn't be a problem at all. If I'm right, and it's all make-believe, you better give up on your daydreams and come and sell pancakes with me." She pulled him into the food truck, and he started helping her to cook pancakes. But he couldn't stop thinking about Debbie. He was sure it was her, but he knew that he had to let it go for now. He knew that she had gone home with Lindsay. Lindsay was sitting with Leona in her room, and they were discussing what had just happened. She was confused and had a lot of questions for her sister. She took her hand and asked, "Leona, do you really know that guy, Alex?" Leona shook her head and looked at her anxiously. She said, "No, I don't remember him at all." She thought for a moment and then said, "Do you think I knew him before I lost my memory?" maybe I did and I've just forgotten about him now. Lindsay laughed a little awkwardly and said, "No way. You've been living with me and Dad since before you lost your memory. You've never had a boyfriend at all, so you can't be his girlfriend." "Yes, that's true. Although I lost my memory, you and Dad know everything about my past. If he was my boyfriend, you would know about him," Leona said, trying to reassure herself. "Leona, do you remember that I told you that when I rented an apartment in New York, I was attacked by the lettings manager who was saved by a guy who I called a hero? That hero who saved me was Alex." Lindsay became a bit emotional when she recalled that moment. Leona replied, "Really? Then he's a good man." She noticed that when Lindsay talked about Alex, she had a twinkle in her eyes, and her expression was full of happiness. She asked her in a low voice, "Lindsay, do you like him?" Lindsay blushed as she looked at her shyly and said, "What are you saying? Of course not. Don't talk nonsense." Leona smiled and said, "I think it's you that's talking nonsense, right?" Then she suddenly remembered something and her smile faded. She looked at Lindsay and said sympathetically, "It's a pity that you have to marry Mr. Drake. You really don't want to, do you?" "No," Lindsay replied and frowned. 2 tears slid down her cheeks. Lindsay said sympathetically, "If you don't want to marry him, you should tell him." "No, don't worry about me. I don't want to get married, but I'm sure it'll be okay. The Drakes are the wealthiest people in Washington, D.C. It'll be so good for our family. I don't think I can refuse." Her sad smile was so beautiful that Leona was moved. She loved her sister dearly, but didn't agree with her on this. She took a pendant out from the drawer of the bedside table. It was a jade pendant in the shape of a phoenix, and was transparent but changed from green to white in the sunlight. It was the piece of jewelry that Carla Stonehill had given Debbie that day in the hospital. Leona put the pendant against her chest and gently rubbed it. She said to Lindsay, "I really love this jade pendant and I'm very attached to it. Why doesn't Dad let me wear it?" Lindsay replied with a faint smile, "Didn't he say that it was made by an expert when you were born? You have to keep it by your bed and it'll protect you. If you wear it, the aura will be lessened." "Really? I'm not sure I believe that," Leona said suspiciously. "Don't think about it too much. You know that Dad and I would never do anything to harm you," Lindsay comforted her. Then she took out her cell phone and said, "Let's watch the show together." After his busy day, Alex returned to his rental room and lay in bed. His mind kept playing over what had happened that afternoon with Leona. He couldn't work out if she really was Debbie. He felt like he was going mad. Despite everything, he was still sure that Leona and Debbie were the same person. He thought, "Debbie and I have known each other for so long and we were so close. Of course I would recognize her anywhere. How could I be wrong? I just don't believe it. And I don't believe that two people could look so similar." He began to check information about the Marvel family in Washington on his cell phone. They were the owners of the world-famous Marvel Business Corporation, and it meant that they were one of the top 5 wealthiest families in the city. This meant that they were also one of the most powerful. These facts were irrelevant to Alex. He didn't care how wealthy the Marvels were. There was only one person that he had any interest in, and that was Debbie. He discovered that the Marvel family owned a mansion in the exclusive gated community of Arlington Heights. He decided that he would go there to wait for Debbie and try to talk to her again. He felt that as long as he demonstrated sincerity and determination, she would surely be moved and would forgive him. With this plan in mind, he started to calm down, and he told himself that he should feel happy. At least he now knew where Debbie was and that she was safe and well. He pulled the comforter over his head and quickly fell asleep. Over the following weeks, Alex went every day to work on the pancake food truck, but he also spent several hours each day waiting for Debbie at the gates of Arlington Heights. Although he had not seen her, he did inquire with the security guard of the community, who confirmed that Leona Marvel did live there. He decided that he would wait for her as long as he needed to. One particular day, Alex and Nellie were working on the pancake food truck in the front of the Kennedy Center. During the morning, they had done well, but in the afternoon the weather became colder, and it looked as if it was going to rain. The number of tourists dwindled. At 4:30 that afternoon, Alex said to Nellie, "Business is really slow now. You'll be fine on your own. I'm going to go." He removed his apron and hat and prepared to leave. Nellie knew that Alex was planning to go back to wait for Debbie at Arlington Heights, and she said coldly, "It's not time for you to go yet. If you leave now, I'll deduct $50 from your pay." But Alex didn't want to miss the chance of seeing Debbie again for the sake of $50. He said, "That's fine. I'm sorry, but I'm going." Then he left. Watching Alex walk away, Nellie murmured, "Alex, you loser. You're still chasing after Miss Marvel. Off you go, back to your daydream." When she sat back down in the food cart, she felt very lonely. Episode 177, Dating Fiasco. It took Alex more than an hour on a bus to get to the gates of Arlington Heights. "Man, here we go again," said the security guard as soon as he saw Alex. The security guard of Arlington Heights recognized him and took the initiative to say hello. Alex gave a polite smile and nodded as the man asked, "Are you looking for Miss Marvel again?" Alex didn't hide it. Maybe these security guards could provide him with some information about Debbie. The guard said with his smile, "Hey, you know you're making a bit of a fool of yourself, but at least you're keeping us entertained." On the other side, 2 more security guards were approaching. They all recognized Alex. One said, "Well, it looks like Alex is here again looking for Miss Marvel." The other replied, "Look at his clothes. That shirt hasn't been in fashion for at least a decade." His companion laughed and said to Alex, "Hey buddy, weren't you selling pancakes earlier today? I'm sure you earn tens of thousands a month doing that. What makes you think you're good enough for Miss Marvel?" Seeing that Alex was dressed in scruffy clothes, and knowing that he worked at the pancake truck, the security guards couldn't understand how he had the nerve to try to visit Leona in her home. They thought he must be crazy. Alex couldn't be bothered to argue with them. During his 7 years of poverty training, he had been ridiculed and insulted numerous times, and he knew how to ignore it. The only thing he cared about was convincing Debbie to forgive him and go back with him. He sat quietly on the curb opposite the front gate of the community and waited. "This kid's in a dream," one of the guards said. Another said, "I think he must know that the Marvel family is in a hurry to find Miss Leona husband. He must think he has a chance. What's he thinking of? Doesn't he realize they're looking for someone from a decent family in Washington, not a little loser who sells pancakes? You have to give him credit that he has the balls to keep trying." A young security guard looked puzzled and asked his companions, "By the way, why are the Marvels so anxious to find Miss Leona a husband? She's not very old, only about 20. A middle-aged guard answered, "Who knows? Anyway, I've heard that over the last month, she's been on a few dates with men from wealthy families. I think Mr. Marvel wants to strengthen his family by marrying his daughters off and forming alliances with other powerful families." When Alex heard the conversation between the 3 security guards, he was shocked. Thinking about the Marvel family's eagerness to find a husband for Leona, who he was convinced was Debbie, He was very worried and felt he had to do something urgently. At that moment, some claps of thunder sounded in the sky, and a few drops of rain started to fall. A black Volkswagen Touareg slowly pulled up to the gate of Arlington Heights, and a tall, athletic-looking young man stepped out. He was wearing a smart white shirt, trousers, and highly polished shoes, and his skin was pale and clean-looking. As he stepped out of the car, he took out his cell phone and then pressed the call button and said, "Hello, Miss Marvel. It's Daryl Brennan. Did your father tell you about me? Well, I'm at the main gate now. I'll drive in to pick you up." "No? Oh. Okay, well, I'll wait for you outside the gate. By the way, it's raining outside. Please remember to bring an umbrella." After ending the call, he smiled. When he had heard that the Marvel family was anxious to find their daughter a husband, he was determined to give it a shot. Although his family also ranked in the top 100 wealthiest families in Washington, he knew that they were still inferior to the Marvels. It would be a great boost to his family and their business empire if he could marry Leona. With this in mind, his father met with Leona's father and convinced him to let her go on a blind date with his son. Naturally, Daryl was determined to make the most of this opportunity and to make a good impression on Leona. He had heard that she had already been on 6 blind dates with eligible young men from wealthy families and had rejected all of them. Daryl was very much looking forward to this challenge. As he waited, he noticed a scruffy young man sitting on the curb staring at him. He felt irritated and swore at him. "What are you staring at, you piece of shit?" Alex looked at him coldly. Daryl said angrily, "Damn it, I asked you what you're staring at. You looking for a fight?" He was about to go over and teach the guy a lesson when one of the security guards smiled and advised him, "Don't worry, Daryl, forget him. Don't waste your time on someone like him." "Yes, you're right. I have nothing to worry about with a loser like him," Daryl said as he stopped, sneered, and then turned and looked at the security guard. He asked, "Do you know who he is?" "I think he's the pancake seller." The younger security guard added, "Yes, he is. And Daryl, you know, this pancake seller's been hanging around at the gate of our community for the past 4 or 5 days. He says he's waiting to see Miss Marvel. I think he thinks he might have a chance with her." Daryl couldn't help but laugh as he looked scornfully at Alex and said with a smile, "Are you really waiting for Miss Marvel? Man, you are cracking me up. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Just look at your clothes. You look like you're homeless. How much do you make a month selling pancakes? Is it enough to even pay your rent? Yet you have the front to want to see Miss Marvel. Listen, the truth is that you're not even good enough to wipe her shoes." The security guards were smiling. They were amused, but also wanted to flatter Daryl by laughing at his jokes. One said, "Daryl's right. This guy is a total loser. He's not nearly good enough to meet Miss Marvel. She's so beautiful and takes such good care of herself. She and Daryl will be a perfect match." Daryl was very flattered to hear these words, and they put him in a better mood. One of the security guards suddenly whispered to him, "Daryl, here comes Miss Marvel." He immediately composed himself and looked in the direction that the security guard had indicated. Leona was walking toward him wearing shorts and a t-shirt and carrying an umbrella. She looked so beautiful that his eyes were popping out of his head. She looked like a movie star. "Hello, Miss Marvel, I'm Daryl," he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Leona," she said with a smile. When Alex saw her, he couldn't contain his excitement. He rushed over to her and shouted, "Debbie!" "What are you doing?" Daryl demanded as he stepped in front of Leona and glared at Alex. Alex ignored him. He looked at Leona and said, "Debbie, I'm Alex. Try to remember. Have you forgotten when you were at Preston University and Madison Robbins and her friends were bullying you? And I helped you teach them a lesson? Or when your mother, Carla, came to visit you in New York and I met her with you?" He thought that if he reminded her of times that they had experienced together, she might feel affectionate toward him and finally acknowledge him. Daryl pushed Alex away, shouting, "What are you doing? Get out of here, you loser! Do you really think you can pursue Miss Marvel? Go back to your daydream." "Debbie, I'm Alex. Please forgive me," Alex begged bitterly. "Who are you calling Debbie? This is Miss Leona Marvel. You know what? I think you are crazy. Do you think Miss Marvel knows someone like you? Get out of here and don't bother us again. Next time we won't be so polite to you," Daryl said angrily. He stood in front of Leona to protect her and prepared to punch Alex. Leona stepped forward and said, "Daryl, leave it. I thought you were here to take me to dinner. Let's go." Although she thought that Alex was a crazy person, her sister Lindsay had told her that he had saved her from a rapist in New York. She also felt sorry for him and didn't want him to be bullied. "Okay, if that's what you want," Daryl said gently to Leona, and he helped her into the car. Alex tried to rush over to the car to pull her out. He cried, "Debbie, don't get in the car with him. Come back." Daryl sneered and pushed him aside. As he climbed into the driver's seat, he said, "Go away. Miss Marvel doesn't know you at all. Stop making a fool of yourself, okay? Now I'm going to take her out for dinner. We're going somewhere that you'll never be able to afford, which shows the difference between me and you. You can never treat her how she deserves. Now get lost." He started the car and slowly drove away. One of the security guards laughed and said to Alex, "You loser. So, you finally met Miss Marvel today, but she didn't seem to know you. Daryl came to pick her up in his brand new Volkswagen Touareg. How did you get here? Did you take the number 11 bus?" joked another. The third security guard joined in. He said, "Daryl's invited Miss Marvel to the best restaurant in town. It would cost a month of our wages to eat there. How do you think you could afford that? Even if you're lucky enough to meet Miss Marvel, where are you going to invite her to eat? Will you buy her pancakes?" Alex couldn't stand listening to what the three men were saying. He became increasingly agitated as he thought about Debbie dating other men. He felt so frustrated. He knew that he had finally found her. There was no way he could lose her to another man. "Debbie, you can't go on a date with him!" he roared after the car. He noticed that there were public bicycles available to rent nearby. He ran over and grabbed one and rode after the car. One of the guards muttered, "Damn it, he really is a loser. That idiot doesn't even have his own bike, does he?" Another said, "What a waste of space. When he got here, he said, 'I can drive the most expensive car, or even the cheapest car, but that won't make a difference to my Debbie.'" Oh, man. "I think we've just met the best comedian in Washington, D.C. We should feel lucky. I think we might see that little loser on the comedy shows on TV one day," said the other. Alex cycled through the rain to the best restaurant in the city. There were no public bike stands around, so he had to push his bike into the lobby. The Eden was one of the best restaurants in Washington. The people who went to eat there were all from upper-class families. Luxury cars, such as BMWs, Audis, and Porsches, were parked in front of the door. Alex, who was soaking wet, shamelessly pushed his rental bike into the entrance of the restaurant. Everyone turned to look at him. One man scoffed, "Damn it, can you believe that they're letting that guy in with his bike?" His friend said, "It's not even his bike. It's a public rental bike. It looks like the boy can't even afford his own bicycle. What's he doing somewhere like this? I don't think he came here to eat, but to look for work outside the building. I heard that there's a shortage of cleaners. That must be why he's here," said another. Alex ignored the taunts of the people around him. He put his bike to one side and walked into the dining area. He was immediately stopped by the maitre d', who said, "What are you doing here?" He thought Alex looked like a homeless man who could never afford to eat in the restaurant, and he was dripping with rainwater. Of course, he could never let such a person in. Episode 178, A Scene at the Restaurant. "Let me in. My girlfriend's in there," Alex said desperately. The thought of Debbie sitting and eating with Daryl was unbearable. The maitre d' replied, "Girlfriend? Can you believe this loser thinks he has a girlfriend who can afford to eat here? Is your girlfriend really here?" "Yeah, she's probably only just gone in. She was with Mr. Brennan," Alex said. "You mean Daryl?" the man replied and sneered at him. "You're trying to tell me that the gorgeous girl with Daryl is your girlfriend? You're dreaming, aren't you? People will put off their dinner if I let you in there." "She is really my girlfriend," insisted Alex. Okay, so she's your girlfriend. Could you please just get away from our restaurant to carry on your dream elsewhere? Stop blocking our doorway. You're affecting our business," the man said, and tried to push Alex out of the way. Leona, who was dining in the restaurant, saw what was happening and felt sorry for Alex. But she was still a little afraid of him. She was not the Debbie that he was looking for, and she couldn't think how she could help him. Daryl, who was sitting opposite Leona, noticed that she was distracted by something going on at the door, and he called softly to her. She turned around, answered him, and continued to eat. He chatted to her. "The braised carp is a famous dish here. Try it, it's delicious." "Okay," Leona said, nodding slightly. Since first stepping into his car, she had now spent nearly an hour with Daryl, and she didn't feel anything for him. After the meal, she would let him down gently. "Ah!" she cried as a figure suddenly appeared in the window beside her, startling her. As she calmed down, she saw that it was Alex. "Debbie, don't be afraid. It's me, Alex," he hollered, squashing his face to the window. He could see that he had frightened her and felt terrible. "Leona, don't be scared. I'll ask the manager to get rid of him," Daryl said. He looked at Alex angrily through the window, stood up and walked away from the table. He found the restaurant manager and led him to the door, where he pointed at Alex and said, "Get rid of him. He's ruining my meal with Miss Marvel." The manager nodded and directed several security guards over to Alex. They tried to move him, and it ended in a scuffle. Finally, one of them shocked him with a taser, and he fell to the ground. They grabbed him by the arms and legs and carried him over to the road. "Let me go! Debbie, I'm Alex! I need to talk to you!" he shouted. He was still trying to get Debbie to forgive him. Daryl watched him being carried away by the security guards and sneered proudly. This loser had no right to pursue Leona. Only bachelors like him from wealthy families had that right. This loser from the street was dreaming. Suddenly he heard, "Let him go." Leona had been watching everything that had happened to Alex. She had seen how crazy he looked, and she was a little afraid of him, but she also knew that he still thought that she was his girlfriend. She felt sorry for him, particularly when she watched the security guards dealing with him so aggressively and even using a taser on him. He looked so pathetic when they picked him up and carried him to the road that she just couldn't bear it. "Miss Marvel, but he..." Daryl started to persuade Leona that Alex wasn't worth worrying about. But then he saw how upset she was. He didn't want her to think he was rude or uncaring, so he stopped himself and said, "Well, I can see that you're worried about him. I guess he just wants to ask you for money. Of course, we can't give him money, but maybe we should invite him to dinner with us." Daryl thought to himself, Leona is gentle and kind-hearted. She must feel pity for this loser. Perhaps to impress her, I should demonstrate that I'm also caring and compassionate. If she thinks that I'm like her, she's bound to fall for me.
Hey guys, put him down, Daryl yelled to the 4 security guards who were carrying Alex. They looked at him doubtfully, but dropped Alex onto the ground. He got up and ran straight to Leona, shouting, "Debbie!" When Leona saw him running toward her, she subconsciously moved behind Daryl, which made him very happy. He thought it was a very good sign. "Stop." He reached out to block Alex and said, "Let me explain to you once again that this lady is Leona Marvel, not Debbie. You have to stop dreaming. Do you understand?" Alex looked at Leona hiding behind Daryl and was bitterly disappointed. He couldn't understand why she wouldn't admit who she was and that she did know him. For now, all he could do was accept what Daryl was saying before he was thrown onto the street again. He looked at Leona and then nodded. Daryl told him, "Okay, good. As long as you understand. However, Miss Marvel feels sorry for you, so I'm inviting you to come in and have dinner with us." He looked snootily at Alex and then walked back into the restaurant with Leona. Alex watched Leona walk away and then followed them inside. The other guests were shocked to see him walk over and sit down at Leona and Daryl's table. Daryl called the waiter over and said to him, "Order whatever you want. Don't worry about the cost. Today, you're our guest." He was very proud of himself for finding a way to use this annoying situation with Alex to make himself look good in front of Leona. Alex was about to order when he noticed Leona gazing at him in confusion. He stopped for a second and said, "Debbie, do you really not recognize me?" "Do you not want to eat here or something?" Daryl said angrily as he glared at Alex. The audacity of this boy was unbelievable. Leona looked harshly at Daryl, and he was quiet. Then she looked at Alex and said with a small smile, "It's not that I don't remember you, but that I've never met you before. My name is Leona, not Debbie." What she didn't tell him was that she had lost her memory. She was convinced that Alex was a stranger and didn't want to share such intimate information with strangers. Alex was completely at a loss. He couldn't see any sign of deception in Leona's eyes. Was she really not Debbie? For the first time, Alex considered that this might be a possibility. He thought, "But they were as alike as 2 peas in a pod. I don't believe that 2 strangers can look so identical. Debbie must be testing me. That must be what's going on." "Aren't you going to order? If you're not hungry, please leave now and don't ruin my date with Miss Marvel," Daryl said to him with some hostility. "She won't date you. She's just having dinner with you because she had to," Alex said. "How dare you talk to me like that?" Daryl was furious. He was from a wealthy family while Alex was a loser from the streets. "I'm telling you the truth because you don't deserve her at all. She's way too good for you," Alex said. "I dare you to say one more word," Daryl roared. Alex was provoking him, but Leona was scared by his temper. He immediately apologized to her. "Miss Marvel, I'm sorry I scared you." "Are you okay?" Alex also asked her with concern. "What do you care?" Daryl looked at Alex and sneered. Then he said to Leona, "Oh, I see. Miss Marvel, I heard from the security guard of your community that this man has been waiting at the gate to see you. He wants to be your boyfriend. It's ridiculous." By that time, many of the guests were looking at Daryl's table to see what the uproar was about. The manager and waiter were looking over nervously, too. "Yes, I'm in love with her. What's wrong with that?"
Alex said confidently. There was a burst of laughter around him. Someone from a nearby table said, "What, this loser wants to date Miss Marvel? Is he crazy?" Another said, "He's a homeless loser. The Marvel family is one of the top 5 families in Washington, D.C. He's got no chance with her." His friend told him, "I heard that her father wants to find her a husband really quickly. All the young men in the city want to date her, but most don't dare even ask because they know they're not good enough. She's already dated 5 or 6 rich young men and hasn't accepted any of them. What makes this loser think he has a chance?" Daryl looked at Alex with a sneer and said, "You're clearly delusional." Then he turned to the manager and said, "Take him out. Miss Marvel and I thought he was a poor man and wanted to treat him to a decent meal, but he's actually a complete lunatic." The manager took out his walkie-talkie to call the security guards in to remove Alex from the restaurant. He stopped when Alex suddenly said to Daryl in a loud voice, "I came here to talk with Miss Marvel, not with you. She hasn't spoken yet. Why don't we give her a chance to say what she wants?" Then he looked at Leona and said, "Miss Marvel, would it be okay if I ask you out?" "Oh, I've heard it all now. You must be joking," Daryl said with a cough. He looked at Leona and added, "Miss Marvel, please get rid of this loser." Everyone's eyes were focused on her. They were laughing and sneering at Alex. How could someone so lowly ask for a date with someone from the Marvel family? They already knew what her answer would be. "Okay," she said softly. She had seen the perseverance in Alex's eyes. And even more, she just couldn't bear to let this poor man be laughed at by everyone anymore. Also, he had saved Lindsay in New York. In the end, she simply followed what her heart was telling her. The other diners were stunned and looked at Leona with shock. Their smiles froze on their faces. "What? Miss Marvel, you..." Daryl stuttered as he looked at her in amazement. She looked around at everyone staring at her and said, "I'm allowed to choose my own boyfriend. He's a man, so of course he can ask me out. Whether I accept or not is another matter entirely." Daryl relaxed as he felt he understood what she was saying. She just felt sorry for him because everyone was laughing at him. He felt relieved as he looked at Alex and said, "Well, since Miss Marvel said you can ask her out, I have nothing more to say. As she said, any man can ask her. Don't feel that you're anything special. We all know that she'll turn him down," he said to the other diners, who all nodded in approval. Looking back at Alex, he continued with a sneer. "What you don't understand is that you need resources if you want to date someone like Miss Marvel. She's accustomed to a certain standard of living, and you need to be able to treat her to fine meals and gifts. A loser like you will never make her happy." "I have much more money than you, and I will take very good care of her," Alex replied calmly. "More money than me? If you can take out $500 right now, I will admit that I'm wrong. Go on, prove me wrong," Daryl challenged him. "No problem," Alex replied, and then froze as he remembered that his bank card had been frozen again by his family. Episode 179, A Taste of Childhood. Seeing Alex's discomfort, Daryl sneered and said, "Go on then, get the money. You can do it on your phone. $500 isn't much." "My money's been frozen and I can't take it out for the time being," Alex explained calmly to Leona. "Shit, I bet his account's been frozen because he can't pay off his debts," laughed Daryl. Someone else shouted, If you live on credit, how on earth do you think you can compete with Daryl?
Alex was devastated when he saw that Leona was looking at him suspiciously. He said anxiously,
"Honestly, I'm not lying. I have a lot of money in my account, but my card is frozen."
Daryl chuckled and said sarcastically,
"Well, of course I believe you. Of course your card is just frozen, and you have a lot of money in your account."
The other diners were finding the whole scene hilarious, and were all laughing riotously at Alex's expense. Alex didn't care what any of them thought. When he looked at Leona, her eyes flickered and she looked away. He was very anxious when he realized that she thought he was lying. Daryl was enjoying himself as he continued. "If you want to go out with Miss Marvel, you at least need to be able to take her out for a decent meal.
From what I've seen, I don't think you can. So, tell us, can you treat her to a nice meal?"
"Of course I can. You don't have to interrogate me," Alex said angrily.
"Good. Now that you say yes, you can invite Miss Marvel to dinner right now.
You're lucky because we haven't had our main courses yet. Can you afford it?" He looked at Alex with a cruel smile and continued, "If you can't afford it, please leave right now."
Alex stuttered.
He felt in his pocket and realized that he only had $10 on him. There was no way he could afford to pay for a meal in that restaurant. He didn't know what to say. Daryl saw him hesitate, and he gestured toward the door, indicating that he should leave. "Please," he said calmly.
"I can afford it,"
Alex said in a loud voice. He couldn't stand to be humiliated in front of Leona. He needed to prove himself. He looked at her and said, "Wait for me here. I'll be back in 10 minutes, and I'll treat you to the best dinner you've ever had." He turned to Daryl and said, "Wait here. I'll be back really soon, and then I'll buy her a delicious dinner." He turned and ran out of the building. He took out his cell phone and immediately called Ken Stokes to ask him to unfreeze his credit card so that he could buy Leona dinner. But he only heard the engaged tone coming from the other end. He tried 3 times but couldn't get through. Then he tried Sam Woodsworth and then Graham Sterling, but no one answered their phones. Ken had made it clear to Alex that as he was still looking for Debbie, the family would not allow him to use any of his family resources. He knew that the family was extremely strict about this, and that he must obey their orders.
"Damn!"
Alex hit the wall with his fist. His knuckles started bleeding, but the pain in his hands was only a fraction of the pain in his heart.
"What do I do?"
he asked himself.
"I don't want to let Debbie down. The situation is so unfair."
He walked out onto the street with his heart in turmoil. He took out the $10 bill from his pocket with disgust. He was the oldest son from the richest family in New York, and he had only $10 to his name. He suddenly heard a faint voice with a foreign accent calling,
"Sweet corn cobs, lovely sweet cobs of corn."
Turning into a narrow street, he saw a middle-aged woman in plain clothes sitting on the curb with some corn cobs spread out next to her. The woman looked very poor. There were hardly any customers walking on the street because of the rain. Her clothes were wet, but she still sat there and tried to sell the corn. Alex couldn't help but think of Debbie's mother, Carla. When Carla was in New York, Alex had paid for her room at the Azalea Guest House. They had talked together about many things. Carla had told him that she had worked very hard to pay for Debbie to go to school when she was a child. She'd often had to leave her at home alone when she went to work on a farm. At that time, Debbie was young and foolish. She used to hear from other children that their parents had taken them to fast food restaurants to eat hamburgers. She heard from her friends that hamburgers were delicious,
but she had never tried one. When she came home from school, she told Carla that she wanted to eat a hamburger and begged her mother to buy her one. It was a very difficult time for Carla. She had no spare money to buy hamburgers, but she felt sorry for Debbie, so she bought her one anyway. Debbie ate it, and it was as good as her friends had said. After that, she asked her mother to buy her a hamburger every week. Then one rainy day, Debbie had gone with her class to visit the museum. As they walked there, she had seen her mother sitting on the roadside selling sweet corn. When her teacher told her that the corn was only 50 cents and the hamburger was $3, Debbie started to cry. She ran to her mother and hugged her for a very long time. Finally, she started to help her sell the corn. Debbie didn't find hamburgers so delicious after that day. Whenever she thought of them, the thought of her mother's misery and toil only came to her mind. From that day, she thought corn was the most delicious food, although she often couldn't stop herself from crying when she ate it. Thinking of this story, Alex approached the woman. When she heard the sound of footsteps, she turned to look at him and said, "Tender corn, fresh from the fields, sweet and delicious." He looked at her wet hair and sodden clothes and was moved. He knew that Carla used to be the same. Finally, he used his $10 to buy corn from the woman. The woman looked so happy with the money that he couldn't help smiling. He knew he had done the right thing. He took the corn and returned to the restaurant. "That boy is back," commented one of the diners. Another said, "He must have borrowed money from someone. Even if he did manage to borrow some money from a friend, he won't be able to afford to eat much here. The cheapest dish is over $100. Then someone observed, "He's bought corn cobs. What's he doing now?" Alex went and sat next to Leona and said, "You've been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry." Daryl pointed to the corn in Alex's hand and said, "We've waited all this time, and all you've done is buy some cheap corn? Do you really expect Miss Marvel to be happy eating that?" "Don't worry. I know exactly how Miss Marvel likes to eat it. Sir, can I use your cooker?" Alex asked the restaurant manager. "Since he's gone to the trouble of picking corn, we might as well let him continue with this charade," Daryl advised. Then he looked at Leona and said, "Miss Marvel certainly hasn't had enough to eat. It just happens that I know a little bit about cooking. I'll show her what I can do in the kitchen, too." Daryl and Alex then walked into the kitchen together. After half an hour, they each came out with a plate of food, which they placed in front of Leona. Alex's plate contained 2 boiled corn cobs, while Daryl presented a shrimp stir-fry. "Damn it, he really does expect Miss Marvel to eat plain corn. That's showing her such a lack of respect," commented one of the diners. His wife said, "Daryl's so handsome, and it looks like he can really cook too. The stir-fried shrimp looks delicious." "That boy should feel ashamed cooking corn for Miss Marvel," another woman said. Daryl smiled at Leona and said, "Miss Marvel, I want to apologize to you first. I never imagined that this boy would keep pestering you and now buy you a few cobs for dinner. If you don't want to eat them, of course, that's fine. I think my fried shrimp is pretty good. I hope that you'll try it." He had already inquired and found out that one of her favorite dishes was fried shrimp. Leona deliberately didn't look at Alex. She felt that he was teasing her. Instead, she picked up a spoon, scooped out a shrimp, and put it into her mouth. She chewed it slowly and swallowed it. With a smile, she said to Daryl, "Your cooking is excellent. The food is delicious." Daryl was overjoyed with the praise. He said, "Miss Marvel, thank you for your kind praise. To hear that you like my food has made me the happiest man in the world." An onlooker commented, "Oh, what a lovely thing to say. Daryl is so considerate.
What woman wouldn't want a man like him? Her friend agreed. It looks like Daryl has managed to outdo the other men that Miss Marvel has turned down. He has surely won her over now. The first woman replied, Yes, if Daryl and Leona get married, it will be a match made in heaven. Even if you're still hungry, don't feel that you have to eat those 2 corn cobs, the restaurant manager said to Leona. With a polite smile, Leona picked up a cob of corn. Although she really didn't want to eat the food brought by Alex, she felt that she should at least try it. After all, he had spent time preparing it. Leona gently bit on the corn. As she chewed it, she tasted it carefully and found it to be extremely sweet and tender. Daryl advised her, Miss Marvel, don't eat it if it's not delicious. Who knows where he picked it? There might be pesticides on it. Leona didn't seem to hear him. She took another bite, then a second, then a third. As she continued to eat, she started tearing up. The people watching looked at each other and didn't know what to think. Miss Marvel, what's the matter? Daryl asked her gently. He couldn't understand how eating a corn cob could make her cry. Leona put down the corn and wiped her tears with her hand. She replied, I don't know. When I eat this corn, I feel very sad. I feel guilty about something, and I can't help but crying. Miss Marvel, which of these 2 dishes do you like best? One of the onlookers suddenly asked. His friend retorted, Duh, isn't it obvious? How can the corn cob compare with Daryl's stir-fried shrimp? Daryl's dish won hands down, someone else said confidently. The boy's corn cob also made Miss Marvel cry. Now someone's gotta kick him out, his friend said angrily. Leona started to say, and everyone else stopped talking and listened intently. She looked at the corn and said, I really like this corn. Daryl looked at her in disbelief. He said, What? Miss Marvel, do you like to eat plain corn? Do you really prefer it to my shrimp? He simply couldn't understand that simple corn cobs could be more delicious than his own fried shrimp dish. The other diners were also shocked. They chatted excitedly amongst themselves and wondered what was going on. Alex looked her straight in the eye and said earnestly, Debbie, think hard. Your mother told me that corn is your favorite food because of something that happened when you were young. Corn once made you feel sad. Now, will you admit that you're Debbie? When he saw her tear up while eating the corn, he was more certain than ever that this girl was Debbie. Episode 180, Old Pals. Leona stared at Alex, then slowly stood up and walked over to him. The people watching became a little flustered, especially Daryl, who clenched his fists. Someone asked, What's she doing? Surely she's not going to choose him. His friend agreed. It looks like she's willing to ruin her family over a cob of corn. I just can't believe it, said another man. Alex was also stunned, and his heart fluttered as he wondered, is Debbie finally going to admit that she knows me? She went right up to Alex, looked him directly in the eye, smiled and said, I want to thank you. Your corn was delicious. It made me feel very emotional, and because of this, I know for sure that you are deeply in love with your girlfriend, Debbie. I'm very moved by your love. She's very lucky to have a boyfriend who loves her as deeply as you do. But I'm really not her.
I am really not Debbie. So I hope that from now on you will respect the fact that your girlfriend and I are two different people. You must stop thinking that I am her."
She felt that his obsession with her was bad for both of them, so she wanted to convince him that he was making a mistake. When she finished speaking to Alex, she went back over to Daryl. One onlooker said, "Oh, I was worried then. I thought that she was going to accept him, but she just let him down very gently."
"Hey, the boy's unbelievable. You really thought he could win her affections with a corn cob," said another.
His companion agreed. He needs to get over it and understand that she's rejected him. Everyone can see that Miss Marvel and Daryl are a perfect match. Daryl was relieved when he saw that Leona had rejected Alex, and he wondered how he had ever felt threatened by him. After all, he was just a loser from the street. Miss Marvel would never be attracted to someone like him. He said to Leona, "Miss Marvel, ignore him now. I think there's something wrong with him. You haven't eaten much. Sit down and let's get back to our meal."
"I'm full, thanks. I'd like to go home, please," Leona said.
"Okay, I'll take you back now," Daryl said as he picked up the car keys from the table. "Let's go."
"You don't have to take me. I can get home by myself," Leona told him. She continued, "Listen, Daryl, I enjoyed having dinner with you today, but I don't think that we're suited to each other. If you like, we can just be friends."
Daryl's smile froze. He was embarrassed by her rejection, but wasn't prepared to give up yet. He asked,
"Please, can you tell me what I did wrong? Miss Marvel, if you tell me, I will change it. We had too little time alone tonight. You haven't had a chance to get to know me properly."
"No need to, but thank you," Leona said to him with a smile. At that moment, Leona's bodyguard walked into the room. He said, "Miss, the car's outside." Leona nodded to Daryl and Alex respectively, and then followed the bodyguard out of the restaurant. Again, the other diners started to comment. One woman said,
"I think Miss Marvel just rejected Daryl."
His friend said, "Daryl must feel even worse than that other loser. After all, she let him down gently, but her rejection of Daryl was brutal." The woman said,
"Don't let Daryl hear you say that. He already looks so angry."
Daryl stood on the spot and watched Leona through the window as she climbed into the car and drove away.
He felt angry and frustrated. He had been planning this evening for a long time, and even before the meal was over, Leona had rejected him. He felt that she had given him even less chance to prove himself than she had given that loser Alex.
The whispers of the onlookers made him blush and feel humiliated. He had already paid for the meal, so he simply glared at Alex and left quickly. The manager quickly ushered Alex out of the restaurant after him. Alex had started to feel a little more optimistic. Although Leona had still refused to admit that she was Debbie and acknowledged that she knew him, at least she had rejected Daryl. He remained convinced that, with persistence, he would find a way to convince her. It was already 8:30 in the evening as Alex slowly pushed his rental bike up the road. That moment, he heard someone cry, "Alex!" He looked up and saw that it was his high school hall monitor Miriam Henley and her boyfriend Jake. "Did you come to the restaurant by bike?" Miriam asked him.
"Honey, Alex must be the person that we saw being kicked out of the restaurant by the security guards," she said to Jake with a chuckle.
"I can't believe that he dared to even go into that restaurant dressed like that." A BMW drove by. The owner leaned out of the window, pointed to Alex, and said with a smile, "Alex, no one can believe that you asked Miss Marvel out today. It's so funny that she rejected you like that in the restaurant. You loser." Miriam was astounded.
"You asked out someone from the Marvel family? One of Mr. Marvel's daughters? Yes, this guy still dreams of marrying into the Marvel family, but he was rejected by Miss Marvel in person. He also quarreled with Daryl Brennan. The owner of the car answered her and then sped away. Miriam was hysterical. She laughed. Alex, you crack me up. You went to the restaurant dressed like that to ask Miss Marvel for a date? She was laughing so much that she started rocking back and forth. She continued teasing Alex. By the way, where do you work now? How much money can you make in a month? I think you might as well drop out of school and go to work in the electronics factory. Hey Miriam, what are you talking about? Alex is too good for the electronics factory, Jake joked. He's one of the best students at Preston University. He wouldn't be seen dead at a factory. He's planning to be a top manager of a multinational business. Am I right, Alex? All right, let's leave him alone. Let's go to a different restaurant to eat. I still can't believe he thought he could afford to eat somewhere like this. Miriam said as she looked snootily at Alex, took Jake's arm and walked away. Alex rode his bike back to his rented room. For the next 20 days, Alex continued with his plan. Every day he waited for an hour at the gate of Arlington Heights. But he was not as impulsive as he had been previously. When he saw Leona walking out of the building, he just stood quietly on the street and watched her. He was satisfied just seeing that she was well. Of course, he observed several other rich young men trying to court Leona, but none were successful. After nearly 3 weeks, however, she was still looking at him with puzzlement and anxiety. And he realized that she was starting to lose her patience with him. One day, Lindsay calculated that Alex had been waiting there for more than a month, and she couldn't understand what he was doing. She told him, "You better not wait here anymore. My sister really isn't this Debbie that you think she is. Waiting here like this isn't going to get you anywhere." Alex was used to a lack of comprehension from everyone who saw him. With a cool smile, he said, "Thank you, but she's the meaning of my life. How can I live without her?" "Is it really worth it? You must understand that my sister can't be with you." Lindsay frowned slightly. Alex didn't answer. He just sat quietly opposite the gate of Arlington Heights. Lindsay told him, "My sister is about to start school. She's studying at Richmond University. She's hardly ever going to come back here. There's no point in you waiting here anymore." "Okay, thank you for letting me know," he replied calmly. But inside his heart was hammering. Lindsay looked at him for a few seconds, then sighed and walked away. The next day, Alex followed Nellie to the RFK Memorial Stadium to set up the pancake stand. Nellie was becoming frustrated with Alex's visits to Leona every day and threatened to reduce his pay. She had already deducted money from his salary that month. Business was good for them at the stadium, and they made more than $200 that morning. At lunchtime, a girl approached the food truck and said, "2 pancakes, please." When she saw Alex, she said, "Alex, it's you." He looked at the girl carefully and recognized her as one of his old high school classmates, Philippa. They had never paid each other much attention in class. He smiled and said politely, "Philippa, what a coincidence. You're also here in Washington, D.C." But she ignored him and called to her friend, "Miriam, come over here." A moment later, Miriam came over. When she saw Alex working in the food truck, she smiled at him scornfully. Philippa took Miriam's arm and said with a smile, "Miriam, you told me a few days ago that Alex was here, but I didn't believe it. Now I know it's true." Miriam sneered. I also said that he found a job. I didn't realize that his job was selling pancakes. It's hilarious." Philippa was still surprised. She said to Alex, "Yes, Alex, what are you doing? You're a student of Preston University." If you needed to find a part-time job, you should have found something decent. You shouldn't be doing something so menial.
Miriam and Philippa were studying at a university in Washington, and the new term was about to start. They had returned to the city early. Although the university that they attended wasn't a particularly good one, Miriam had found a rich boyfriend. For that reason, Philippa wanted to stay on her good side. She knew that in the future, when she was looking for a good job, Miriam's boyfriend could help her.
Philippa, don't bother. I could tell when we were in high school that he had no ambition to improve himself. It looks like he's no different now, Miriam sneered.
Miriam was proud of herself and looked down at Alex. At that moment, pungent smoke wafted into her face. Miriam and Philippa started choking. They quickly took a few steps back, bent down and coughed. When they finished coughing, Miriam pointed to Nellie and asked angrily,
"What are you doing?"
She saw that Nellie had burned the pancakes and was tilting the pan to let the smoke blow straight out toward them.
"What's the matter?"
Nellie asked with a smile.
"I'm sorry, but it seems that I've burned your pancakes. Do you still want them?"
Miriam was furious.
"You have to cook fresh ones for us right now," she said. "I'm sorry, but I'm tired and it's too late to make fresh ones. If you want these, you can have them for free," Nellie replied with a smile. "You stupid cow! What do you mean you're too tired?" Miriam shouted as she glared at Nellie. She was ready to push her way into the food truck. But before she could move, Nellie tilted the pan and a stream of hot oil dripped onto the ground by her feet. Miriam squealed and stepped back. "Forget it, Miriam. Let's go and get food somewhere else," Philippa said. She took Miriam's arm and pulled her away.